can go now. Stage is yours.
Okay. On attend quelques minutes, Jean.
On attend.
Ouais.
C'est ça.
Le gars. Je crois. Je sais pas comment on fait. Je sais pas comment on fait pour voir s'il y a des gens. Ah, il y a des gens. Ah, il en manque de voilà.
Technique. Ah oui, mais nous sommes habitués.
Oui, une longue tradition. Hein. Ok.
On a le... Donc là, je l'ai fait bouger par la souris. C'est peut-être là. Ah oui. C'est souris. Je sais pas ce qu'il faut là.
Les Anglais, ils ont 2 heures de rotation.
Ah ouais.
Donc
C'est le méridien de Greenwich.
We are just waiting a few more minutes for our friends from the UK to connect.
Good morning. We're
we're here.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. We don't.
Yes, but we have not.
Ah, yes. Here you are. Okay, wonderful. Okay, Mary, I can see you. Richard, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
We have only some, not all the.
Oh, yes. Okay, now I see you.
On the.
Yes. Okay, wonderful. So I think we can start. Thank you very much. I mean, for everyone to attend this panel. So we are going to immediately start with the presentations. And I'm really happy to welcome everyone in this Borderlands and in between spaces in the Middle East panel that we have shaped with Richard Schofield. He's online in the UK with us today. And I'm happy because the attendance as speakers in this panel is huge. So we have 6 people. Only 5 of them will speak. Richard is not able to speak, so but he will probably ask some questions. I'm pretty sure about that. And so now I'm leaving the floor to Jean Marcoux, who is a professor at Sciences Po Grenoble, and he is going to present a paper called "The Challenge of the Southern Kurdish Border of Turkey." I leave you the floor for 20 minutes.
Thank you, Daniel, and I want to thank the organizer of this conference and also to thank Daniel because I've been dragged into this adventure by Daniel, who is the real specialist of borderland studies. And well, I've been following what's happening on the Turkish border since a long time, since now more than 15 years, because I was a researcher 10 years ago in the French Institute of Anatolian Studies in Istanbul, and already the management for Turkey of this border was a challenge. But of course, the challenge change during the last years, during the last decade. And well, even very, very recently, because we have the war in Ukraine that changed the deal, but also, you know, because we face this terrible quake some days last week ago. And well, I can confess that I was a bit, like British says, used to say, between the devil and the deep blue sea, how to present my presentation this morning. So finally, I choose not to change completely my presentation, but of course, I will have some development on the situation with the recent quake. Well, just to introduce my presentation, well, today, 12 years after the Arab Spring, Turkey is sheltering more than 4 million of refugees from Syria and Iraq. And well, as the crisis in these two countries are not definitively solved, Turkey has to manage its neighborhood with two unstable states, Iraq and Syria. But since 2016, especially, regional and global strategy of Turkey has deeply changed too. Turkey has adopted a more pragmatic position, getting closer from Russia while maintaining unequal relations with its Western allies, the EU countries and the US. And this, you have to know that this borderland issue, especially the issues of refugees, are currently at the heart of the election campaign debate. Well, despite the fact that probably the quake also has changed the situation, could change the situation regarding the elections. And well, of course, the overall geopolitical context, as I said, of the region is shaken by both the war in Ukraine and more recently, the February 6th earthquake. Well, this is the Syrian-Iraqi border of Turkey. And just a word about this border. It's a more 1,000-kilometer border. You see the distance here, and the main treaties. While this border is mainly a result of the First World War for Syria and for Iraq. Well, the exception is, of course, what Turks used to call the Hatay. This is the Sancak of Iskenderun that was given to Turkey by France after a referendum in 1939, just before the Second World War. It's important to mention regarding, because I won't go in the detail, to mention here the Vilayet of Mosul. There is a great frustration of Turkey regarding this border between Turkey and Iraq, and especially the Vilayet of Mosul, because contrary to the other lands, in fact, this Vilayet was not really conquered by the Allies after the First World War. And always one of the dreams of Turkey, I've personally seen that during the Gulf War, is to regain, in fact, this territory. So there is a long story of the border between, a long contemporary story of the border between Turkey and Iraq. Well, let's speak of the main player of the Turkish southern border of the Turkish southern border. Well, on the western part, Mainly, you have the Syrian regime at the moment, the Syrian opposition, especially the Syrian interim government, that's to say the moderate opposition, the Syrian Salvation Government, that's non-Daesh jihadist, and of course, Russia and Iran, and also the allies of Iran, that's to say the Hezbollah. In the central and oriental part of Turkey-Syrian border, we have mainly the Syrian regime and the Kurdish, the Syrian Kurds, with their organizations, especially the YPG, which are the militia, the Kurdish militia, and the US has still a special troop in these 600 special troops in this zone, and also France at the moment has 250 special troops in his zone supporting Kurds in his zone. And on the Turkey-Iraqi borders, you have, of course, mainly the KRG, that's to say the Kurdistan regional government. Of course, the Iraqi regime of Baghdad tried to stay in the zone, despite it is mainly a Kurdish zone. And last but not the least, in the mountain of Kandil, the extreme eastern part of this border, the PKK, that's to say the Kurdistan Worker Party, it is the shelter of the PKK, the common place of the PKK, which is a guerrilla organization maintaining guerrilla in our southeastern part of Turkey. These are the main actors at the moment. Well, looking at my development quickly, on this border, Turkey's faced three major challenges: a neighborhood challenge. While both states have a lack of existency, what kind of relationship does Turkey have with the different actors of the conflict? A Kurdish challenge, how to manage the rise of the Kurds from outside and inside, and an international challenge, what are the consequences of the Turkey's Syrian-Iraqi policy for its relations with major players, the United States, Russia, Iran, moreover, in the new context created by the war in Ukraine and, of course, created by the quake. Well, first, about the neighborhood challenge, relation with the Syrian and Iraqi regime, since the beginning of the Arab Spring, not before, because the relation were improved before the Arab Spring, but since the beginning of the Arab Spring, not exactly the beginning, but some months after the beginning of the Arab Spring, relation with the Syrian regime are difficult, but these relations are changing, especially since the Ukraine war, and especially since the last summer 2022, the new contacts were established between Turkey and the Syrian regime, and perhaps we'll see what are the result of the quake. Perhaps the relation will improve with the quake. We don't know at the moment. With Baghdad, with the Iraqi regime and the current prime minister in Baghdad, since now 2007, that's to say before the Arab Spring, the relations are disturbed by the excellent relation between Ankara and Erbil, that's to say between Turkey and the KRG. Of course, and we mentioned that during the last workshop, you had this referendum in 2017 that harmed the relation between Ankara and Erbil, but finally, since 2019, the relation has been restored. and are still today excellent. Relation with Syrian oppositions, of course, you have relation with the Syrian interim government, that to say the moderate opposition. Well, this Syrian opposition is per excellence the actor that Turkey support and would like to see triumph, but it's not the case. Well, it will be difficult. It's not the case. So I will pass because so difficult relation with Syrian opposition. Well, good relation with this moderate opposition, more complex relation with the jihadist opposition we can be back. Relation with Kurds and how to manage the Kurdish empowerment and its consequences. Well, this is the situation in Turkey. This is the situation of the Kurds inhabited area in Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Iran. Well, we can say that we have a cooperation with a huge cooperation between Turkey and the Kurds in Iraq. You have some proof of this cooperation. I was recently in Erbil, and we asked to one of the leaders of the Peshmerga what was the relation with these different actors. And they told us that one of the best relation were with Turkey, and the worst relation were with the PKK. And so it is sometimes difficult to understand from outside. But this good relation established between Turkey and the Kurds in Iraq we cannot observe this kind of relation with Syrian Kurds. With Syrian Kurds, we have tensions and war, and especially tension before 2016, and tension since and war since 2016, because Turkey launched since 2016 3 military interventions in northern Iraq. You see this intervention, and especially because there are huge relation, close relation for different reasons, not only political reason. I can be back on this point, between the Syrian Kurds and the Turkish Kurds. And that's why relation between Syrian Kurds and Turkey are conflictual relation. You see here the three interventions in Afrin on the western bank of Euphrates, and the last one in 2009. And at the moment, this is the different situation changing. At the moment, you see the situation, it's a perfect illustration of in-between areas that theoretically Daniel developed yesterday. At the moment, Turkey claimed to launch, you see, Turkish intervention, and the territory is controlled by Turkey here, and Turkey claimed to launch a new intervention on the eastern bank of Euphrates at the moment. So, well, you see this complex border here with the Syrian regime, here the enclave of Idlib, here Afrin, the intervention in 2018, here the intervention in 2016, the intervention in 2019. Well, at the moment, the region is held by both the Syrian regime and the Kurds. Here you have the KRG, and here the PKK, with a very strategic reason also here between both countries. And one of the objectives, in fact, of Turkey at the moment, looking at this border, is to stop the nightmares for Turkey here since the beginning is to have a border with the PKK and its ally. Well, to hand with the international challenge, I will be, of course, I have to accelerate my presentation. Well, look at this picture. When looking at the external actors of the region, we can say that theoretical adversaries cooperate. That's to see Turkey, a member of NATO, has cooperation in the frame of the Astana process with Iran and Russia. The paradox is that on the border, official allies, and especially NATO allies, disagree. This is the paradox that borderland and borderland issue bring Turkey closer from adversaries as finally it create trouble between allies and especially between the US and Turkey and France and Turkey due especially to different issue. I mentioned them here, but also mainly due to the Kurdish issue. Well, at the moment, these different actors agree. You see here the Swedish Prime Minister with Mr. Erdogan. You know that Sweden and Finland apply for NATO membership, and that Turkey at the moment is blocking their candidacy, and especially the candidacy of Sweden. And linked, in fact, to this opposition of Turkey, you have the Kurdish issue and the fact that, of course, Sweden is sheltering Kurdish organization. And Turkey recently, I already mentioned, declared his intention to military intervene again in Syria or in the eastern bank of the threat. Of course, for the first time and for the time being, we observe that the United States and Russia agree for once to oppose the Turkish plan of intervention. So this will be my conclusion. Danielle, if I have the time to do my conclusion, I think that the Turkish policy after the Arab Spring can be analyzed above all as a strategy to aim at regaining control of its border. By establishing varied relations we have seen, and sometimes paradoxical relations with the many regional and international actors who are on its Syrian and Iraqi border, by military intervention, and also, last but not the least, by building walls, which aim in particular to prevent migration and infiltration. And Turkey is also building a wall on the Iranian border with the following presentation with Johanna Ollier will address this team. And sometime Turkish officials mentioned that their intention is to continue the war until the Black Sea. Some words just to hand with this problem of border, with the quake, and this will be really my very last conclusion. So at the moment, of course, this earthquake is special because it hit a geographically wide area, including a large part of southeastern Turkey and northern Syria. And this area corresponds to the Turkish-Syrian borderland that we have mentioned in this presentation. So what will be the effect of the earthquake and its consequences? On the Turkish-Syrian border, we can already observe that the relief and international aid have not been similar on both sides of the border. but the Turkish border has been open to let the first convoys of international aid to Syria pass. Here, it is not on the Syrian border. It is paradoxically on the Turkish-Armenian border, because after the quake, for the first time since the beginning of the existence of the Armenian independent state, in fact, track crossed the border in this close border, the Armenian and Turkish border. So is it the beginning of a new deal on borders for Turkey? We will see what's happening in the next days and the next months. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jean, for your presentation. And now I think we are going to have Joanna Ollier. She's online with us.
We will have a chance to ask questions.
And I suggest that we take question after the entire presentation. Otherwise, I've seen yesterday in another panel that it can be slightly out of control. So I mean, so please take note of your questions. Joanna, are you? Okay, so
yeah, can you hear me correctly?
Yes, that's absolutely fine. I leave you the floor,
Okay.
20 minutes.
Okay, so I guess you can also see my screen correctly.
Absolutely.
Okay, super. So thank you for ABS for the organization of these big conferences, and thank you to Daniel Mayer and Richard Schofield for the organization of this panel on borderland in the Middle East, and yeah, also in between spaces in the Middle East. I will focus my presentation on the border between Turkey and Iran, which is a very old border negotiated between the Safavid and the Ottoman empires over 4 centuries. So, and maybe this border is also less visible than other borders that Turkey shares with, for example, with Greece or with Syria. Of course, I realize also that my topic might appear a bit trivial regarding the dramatic damages caused by the earthquake in Turkey. So as Jean-Marc, I didn't change the initial topic, but I would like to take this occasion to send all my compassion to Turkish people in this hard time. So my thesis focuses on security issues on the Turkish-Iranian border. And in this context, I encompass economic security in this borderland area. And also, as it is very difficult to conduct field work in the Iranian side of the border, my research is only focused on the Turkish side of the border. And I am trying to understand what security means in this borderland. So to do so, part of my researches consists in questioning the use of the border from a local perspective. And at the same time, I'm questioning the link between border and security. And by conducting my fieldwork, I realized that tourism is actually an interesting topic regarding this link between border and security. Because indeed, I observed the importance of Iranian tourism, especially for the city of Van. So today, I will focus my presentation on the Iranian tourism in Van and its impact on local economy, and after open a reflection about what is understood as border economic security in this borderland area. Maybe I have to specify that the border measures more than around 500 kilometers, but it is a high mountainous area, and there is no big city very near to the border. There is no twin city. There is only villages. Therefore, we might consider that Van belongs to the borderland area, but there is 181 kilometers from Van to the border gate of Capicus. So that means you have to count almost 3 hours by car to go from the city center of Van to the border. So for this presentation, I will first describe the motivation of Iranian tourists to come to Van, then focus on the Turkish perspective regarding these flows of tourism. And finally, I will offer concluding remarks regarding border security and economic security. And so this communication is based on fieldwork conducted between 2021 and last year, where I had the opportunity to interview different people, different actors from the tourism sectors in the city of Van and also in the city of Doğu Beyazıt, which is located in the northern part of the Turkish border. So there is a higher interest for Iranian tourists for the city of Van over the past years. For example, last year, more than 1.7 million passengers passed through the Capicus gate. And this amount, the step of the 1 million per year, was reached also for the first time in 2019, after the modernization of the Capicus gate that you can see on the map. So in Van, I interviewed an Iranian woman which is living in Van and working as an organizer for a tourist organization. Like, she's organizing tour for Iranian people who are coming in Van. And she told me that usually Iranians like to go to Istanbul or Antalya, but for 6-7 years, more and more Iranians are interested in spend vacation in Van. So they come with their families and children, and they pass directly through the border gate of Capicus instead of going to the Bazargan and Gülbulak border gate in the northern part, as she showed me with this drawing. And we can also observe an increase of Iranian tourist flows after the pandemics, because this border gate, the Capicus border gate, was closed from the 24th of March 2020 and reopened the 9th of October 2021. So how to explain this interest of the Iranian tourists for the city of Van? It might be first more simple for them to come to Van compared to Istanbul or Antalya. It's less far away. There is the possibility to travel directly by car, which means that they are more flexible and they are not dependent of tour guide, for example. It's also much cheaper than Western Turkey, which is an important point in a period of economic crisis. And also the economic crisis in Turkey means that for Iranian, it is cheaper and more interesting to spend time on the other side of the border. Regarding time period, Iranian tourists are visiting Van usually during summer or vacation time, especially during the Nowruz holiday, because Iranians have 13 days of vacation at this time, but also during national days, for example, the 5th of June. And the aim of those Iranian tourists in Van is entertainment. And we can mention also the freedom that women in particular can enjoy on the other side of the border. And the other main goal of this journey in Van is shopping. So they usually buy a lot of makeup and a lot of clothes because apparently Turkish clothes are considered better quality. So it might be for their own consumption or to resell it after in Iran. As I said earlier, I also conducted fieldwork in Doğu Beyazıt, but as shopping is the best activity for Iranian tourists, they prefer Van than Doğu Beyazıt because over there is very few shops except in a bazaar, but there is no place, for example, to go out at night. So the touristic sector in Doğu Beyazıt is more related to mountain sport because there is the Ararat Mount, which is the highest mountain in Turkey, but it doesn't fit the purpose of Iranian vacationers. Regarding the Turkish perspective, there is in Van an overall intent to develop tourism in the city by highlighting the asset of the city, for example, the museum of the ancient civilization who were in this area, to emphasize the good weather, the tranquility, the famous breakfast in Van, or symbolic aspect of the city, such as the famous Van cat with one blue eye and the other and one green eye. But there is also special public policy to attract Iranian tourists in particular. One can, for example, notice adaptation from business owner. Many shopkeepers in Van employ people speaking Farsi. I went to a hotel to conduct an interview called Haldi Hotel. And when I enter the lobby, I can see directly a big flag, a big Iranian flag. And when I asked the receptionist for my interview, she told me that she was Iranian herself. So clearly, this hotel was made for Iranian tourists. And the owner is also the director of the board chair of the Van Hotel Owners, and he contributes to promote the Iranian tourism in Van in general, with the argument that it will benefit not only to hotel owners, but also to restaurants, to shops, and to the whole local economy. And another example of special elements to attract Iranian in Van is nightclub, because there is a development of club in Van, but it's not always possible to enter if you are not Iranian. So they organize party especially for Iranian. The most striking example might be the Van Shopping Festival, organized by the municipality with the Chamber of Commerce, the board chair of the Van Hotel owner, etc. And it is organized during Nowruz to encourage Iranian tourists to come to Van with organization of special events such as concerts or exhibition for Iranian tourists. This festival occurs at least since 2014, but it was stopped for 2 years because of the pandemics. And I went there for the festival last year. So there was a great enthusiasm in 2022 for the revival of this festival. And as you can see with those pictures, the city was really configured so that Iranian can shop and consume as much as possible. And you can see the sticker where all the stickers were stuck on every shop window. So this fest lasts during 15 days, namely as long as the Iranian holidays. And officially, it aims at promoting the historical and cultural assets of the city to create a brand value and to revitalize the local market. So there is the willingness also to emphasize a sort of win-win situation between the Iranian tourists and the local economy. What is interesting to observe is it's also the consequences on the border. Because in order to facilitate this festival, border arrangements were made to enable Iranian tourists to come easily. For example, the previous governor of Van declared before the festival, we made promotion about this festival in Iran and talked to the authorities. We discussed with the Iranian authorities the measures to be taken at both Rawda and KPK border gates so that more people can come to Van. And also at this time, more flights were organized between Tehran and Van. So there was a movement of opening the border to favor tourism. But at the same time, there is also a willingness from regional and national authorities to better curb illegal flows such as smuggled goods. So I wanted to question this win-win situation and to make remarks regarding economic security and border security. First remark is that security is considered as important for business and for tourism. For example, according to the head of the hotel I mentioned earlier, he said, for tourism, security is extremely important. At the moment, security in our city is at high level. And in the same idea, the head of another hotel declared years ago in 2016 that security is the biggest problem that hinder tourism potential of Van. And at that time, there was a stagnation of tourism compared to a large increase in 2013, 2014, which is directly related to the Kurdish question. And as it was mentioned before by Jean-Marc, it is related also to the policy between the governmental authority, the Turkish authorities, and the PKK. Sorry. So, according to the management of the border, this security in the borderlands is ensured by a higher degree of militarization in the borderland and the building of a wall since 2017. The wall officially is settled to curb terrorism, illegal migration, and smuggling activities, which is, let's say, common officially reason to for authorities to build a wall. But in this context of the Turkish-Iranian border, it is also directly related to the guerrilla with the PKK. And another point which was blatant during my fieldwork is that people I asked questions to were unanimous regarding the hard impact of the economic crisis in the region and the structural lack of job and infrastructures. So the reinforcement of the border securitization, especially with the building of a wall, also provokes paradoxically a higher degree of economic insecurity, especially taking into account the importance of smuggling and informal economy for local people before the building of this wall. So it appears that for a decade, it is more and more difficult to pass some products on the other side of the border, such as fuel, for example. And from this perspective, the wall is ending a sort of golden age of smuggling, where people usually bring back all sorts of products such as tea, sugar, cigarettes, fuel. It is still the case, but it is more and more difficult because of the wall and also because of the higher taxes on the border. So I'm not very aware of the timing. I will make a conclusion. I will make two remarks to conclude. 2 minutes. Okay. So this case study underlines two paradoxes regarding the border, according to me. The first one is a tension between security and economic development, because in one hand, there is the willingness to assure economic security by attracting Iranian tourists, and for example, which implying a policy of open border and creates incentive to better transport connection. But on the other hand, there is the securitization of the borderland area because of the guerrilla with the PKK. So there is a kind of dilemma regarding the development of the borderland area. And the train between Van and Tabriz is a good example of this tension, because it was closed in 2015 because of the guerrilla. And the second remark is that, as we saw with the smuggling issue, border security measures could also lead indirectly to new economic insecurities for borderlanders, which is important to take into account, especially in a context of economic crisis. So we can see that the meaning of economic security in a borderland area can differ according to different actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joanna, for your presentation. Now we are moving to another online colleague, Meryl Hopper, and she is working at King's College, also with Richard Schofield. And Meryl, I hope you are. And she will present, yes, The Art of Division, ontologically exploring the materiality of division in Israel-Palestine. So, Meryl, I leave you the floor for 20 minutes.
Okay, I'll just try and get my sharing on the right way around. Apologies for this.
We see you.
Okay, cool. I just need to put it back on to my PowerPoint slides. There they are.
Yes, now we see your PPT.
Brilliant. Fab. Yeah, I'm Meryl. Thank you so much to ABS and Daniel and Richard for the organisation of the conference and this panel specifically. So I'm Meryl. I work in the Department of Geography with Richard and Dr. Andrew Brooks at King's College London. And my work sort of focuses on this idea of division and how it's created and how can we see that, how is it made in landscapes. And the argument I'll put forward today is the fact that it's this sort of art of division, this art of difference specifically. So my work now focuses on places like Detroit, Berlin, and Belfast, specifically looking at border walls in all of those locations. But to make the session, the topic more appropriate to this session, I'm leaning back on some work I did in my master's at King's College with Richard, which looked at Israel-Palestine, but using the same lens of thinking about how division and difference manifests in space. So to introduce you to that topic, I'll introduce the theory that I use to do so. So I lend or I borrow from Jacques Derrida and Gilles Deleuze this idea of the ontology of difference, which sets difference up as a tangible object of analysis that can stand on its own without the need of anything constituting it, such as identity, which is often what's regarded as necessary to studying difference. Instead, they argue that in very different ways, ironically, they argue that difference works on its own and it can be studied in that sense. So Derrida puts forward this idea that difference occurs because there's no experience is ever purely present. Instead, there's just chains of differential markers. And through that negative process, you can understand difference occurs and difference constitutes reality and identity. Deleuze does the very opposite thing and says it's a positive process. So difference exists, and through experience, you encounter difference and therefore learn about it. But fundamentally, I argue that you can bring their work together and say that essentially what we can take is this idea that difference exists, difference of apartness, difference of separation, that it's pre-existing, and as we navigate through space, it becomes evident. And our identity, our pre-existing identity, determines our experience as difference and identity are working concurrently, and there is a constant process. So essentially, it sets up difference as not a binary thing of X compared to Y, but instead of a layered, multiplicit process, which can be produced across space through, and we can study this through sort of the material world, as I argue that objects are the material manifestation of ontology. So therefore, difference becomes sort of the facilitator of division in space, where division is the doing process in literal sense. So how are some of the ways that we can see this in space? Well, lots of conversations that we have in the field are on hard and soft borders. These are some examples from my current work. So taking from Berlin, for example, his territorial demarcations, border walls as they're more commonly known. But as we can appreciate, they're not normally on borders and they're not normally walls. So a bit of a broader category. The interesting thing about this photo is that actually, this is a recreation of the border wall, of the Berlin Wall, but actually it still is the Berlin Wall, and there's some sort of irony happening there. You also have natural borders, which we can also appreciate as can be a dangerous term. This is Fox Creek in Detroit, which lies on the border of the city of Detroit and Grosse Pointe. It's a naturally occurring canal, but actually it's toxic and full of waste, and it has been fortified on one side, the side being that of the more wealthy city of Grosse Pointe. To add to this, the other irony is that it's not actually on the border. It's one block across, which makes it, again, natural borders don't tend to conform to the prescribed borders that we look to put down, but nonetheless, they can be used. And just to hammer this natural border point in about this region even more, oh no, I've lost that, don't worry. You can see it from satellite images, the division occurring through this natural way, through the tree line, the depth of green. We have art. Art quite often feels like resistance, but it's still a form of demarcating difference, and affording that agency to those resisting it is a way of displaying difference in spaces as well. This is National Street art in Belfast, which shows the kind of causes they're in solidarity with, but also the regimes that they oppose, i.e. the British regime. The cultural symbols are another one. We can talk about flags, but also in the picture on the right, we can look at language. These are road signs in Belfast in the nationalist areas that are often translated into Gaelic as well. And then you can tell maybe who would go to the pub on the left in Belfast. And then finally, garden fences can also, they're innocuous forms of division that we can see in landscapes as material objects. The irony of this picture is that this is actually a border wall that now looks like a garden fence in Detroit. So the point of showing this is to show how we can see difference in space, how different differences play a role in describing difference, performing difference, and in many cases producing difference in space. And the material world can teach us a lot about that ontological conception of what it is to be different and feel different, and therefore borders. So for this presentation, I'll look at specific cases in Israel-Palestine. This is mainly drawn from work I did for my master's thesis, fieldwork conducted in 2019 in the region. But the point isn't to speak particularly on Israel-Palestine and or the region more broadly. It's more what can we take from the region to learn about borders, to learn about this ontology of difference. How will it inform kind of conceptualization of what borders are? So to start, I'll look at the formal barrier and the formal forms of division that exist in Israel-Palestine, formal by the definition that it's been laid by a state, in this case, by the Israeli state. So here's a map of materiality, which shows the different forms of formal separation that occurs across the West Bank region. There's a green line demarcated in green, and then we have two forms of the separation barrier, where it takes the material form of the road and the wall, but we also have checkpoints, roadblocks, road barriers. There are also segregated roads, for example, but due to complexity of mapping, I suppose, they've been removed in order to have the most clear cut representation of formal bordering in the region. So let's look at the material composition of the barrier, because the materiality can quite often tell us something about the difference. So for large sections of the separation barrier, it takes the form of a road. It's a well-tarmac. You see a well-tarmac road here on the left-hand side of the picture, and then on the right, scaling off, you can see the starts of a fenced road. The space here is often fenced. There's ditches, raised wire, comb sandy paths, and electronic monitoring systems that all come together to create this separation road. This is used in spaces that are rural, quite often uninhabited, but expand across vast amounts of the green line space and the demarcated territory. So this is quite a strategic use. The understanding of difference here is that the difference is not face-to-face, it's not threatening, and therefore using this form of securitization is more beneficial. Whereas if we then look at the wall, we have a very different experience. So the wall is often widely regarded as a strategic point when going through urban centres, needing height and elevation in order to be able to do security, I suppose. But even in the fact that the wall looks the same across the full extent of it when you're next to it, there's still differential experiences of.
Next slide, Meryl.
Sorry. So this is the wall from Jerusalem. So when I was there, I very much stuck to tourist routes in order to try and experience the space in this particular formulated way, I suppose you could argue. The idea being that this is a path, this is a route that a lot of people will take when they visit the region, and how would those people experience it, or how would they be seeing it and visualizing it? And from Jerusalem, I really struggled to see it as such. This is a small image where I managed to spot it in the distance. I think a view from Mount Scopus there's a better view from Mount Scopus if you were to look for it. But the point being here is the difference is very much in the distance. This compares to if you were to visit Bethlehem, where the wall becomes very visible, hyper visible to a certain extent. In both sections, the wall is around 8 meters high. Each slab is about 1 meter wide, and they weigh about 80 tons. So it's a huge physical structure, but nonetheless, the difference that you are experiencing is very different. So the point being that maybe in places where difference is on the periphery, is on the edges, it's looked at as a point of trying to create unity and a sameness, or an uninterrupted landscape, shall we say. The difference is disguised, is invisible. Whereas where it's resisted or not agreed with, then it becomes hypervisible in order to kind of refute it and say, like over demonstrate the existence. So this point is furthered by the idea of the two sides of the same wall. So this is a photo taken from one side of the wall in Bethlehem, and then a screen grab from Google Street View on the other side, on the Israeli side of the wall. And you can see here even the interactions with the same object, the same piece of infrastructure, and how the uses of something like art, like I mentioned earlier, is a way of displaying a difference to difference, in the sense that it's refuting the fact that it occurs, or even acknowledging that it occurs, but disagreeing with the way that it manifests. Whereas almost an agreement with it is an ignoring of the object, which we can see on the Israeli side of the wall, where the wall is left as any other. So other areas in the city can also kind of help us learn about how there has to be points where difference comes face to face with sort of movement. It can't be firm, it can't be rigid like a wall tries to be. It tries to demarcate with no exceptions. And this is points of passage. So I'll offer two main ones. This is the Zatim interchange. It heads out on Route 1 as exiting Jerusalem due east. And you can see this is the same section of the road, and we're on the side heading east out of Jerusalem. So on this side of the road, there's no checkpoint. The road is smooth. There's no friction. However, on the other side, we can see the appearance of a checkpoint. So on the exact same sort of spatial coordinate, we can see this idea of unity and friction occurring at the same time. So difference not being uniform to all that experience the space, especially depending on direction. So we're starting to build this picture here that difference again isn't binary, it's multiplicit, and depending on who you are and the knowledge you gain and the knowledge you have this different experience of spaces, and we interact with them and we're taught them by the spaces that are around us. This is furthered by Old City gates. This is within Jerusalem, but around the edge of the Old City there. I have two gates here. We have the Jaffa Gate, which is on the outside of the Christian, like on the kind of edge of the Christian and Armenian quarters within the Old City, and the Damascus Gate, which is the main entrance point to the Muslim quarter. So outside of the Damascus Gate, it's very small, but there is a small permanent security hut that's built into the landscape. Whereas in the Jaffa Gate, you can see that there's just this small table that's foldable with sort of security personnel just leant against the wall. So this is demonstrating how even within a space that's described as military, it's not on a friction point of a walling space, or an old walling space, not a modern one. There's actually a difference in spatialities happening. So traveling through the gate through traveling the gate through the gate in the Muslim quarter, out through the Damascus Gate into the rest of Jerusalem, the infrastructure quickly communicates the change in authority of space, or the difference in the space that you are moving through, whereas the Jaffa Gate has this idea of fluidity, again, through the lack of securitization or the absence of it. So this is showing some of the formal ways that we can look at material manifestations of difference in landscapes, and how we can learn about what is the difference occurring here, and how is that lending itself to bordering practice, because they're kind of guiding each other in their reality. One feeds the other and the other feeds back, sort of a theory lent from STS studies. But then the question is asked of other forms of division. This is where I expanded my project at the time, and I started to think of other objects that do division. Do they have to be walls? Because walls aren't very good. Are other objects more effective and affective, in fact, at doing difference because of the ways in which difference can be manipulated? So now I turn to informal division. So the first object I present is what was dubbed the Black Forest by National Geographic, but black water tanks. These sit on the top of Palestinian houses in the region, as the water pipes and water supply is less good to those houses, and therefore the black water tanks are necessary in order to have good access to water. So when you understand that about the object, you can then start to see differences in the landscape, i.e. you can identify a Palestinian house or a Palestinian neighborhood separate from an Israeli one, despite the fact that the communities might be living in a mixed way, such as reality in large parts of Jerusalem. And this photo is taken with it from Jerusalem, over sort of from that Ramparts walk of the old city. So we can start to see that with knowledge of what an object is, then a difference can be revealed. But without that knowledge, you may just look across this landscape and not see any form of division. And therefore we start to ask the question, is that more beneficial because it can be more directed? And therefore these ideas of having unity at the same time as difference can work a bit more effectively, because you only give difference to those who are, opposed to telling everyone that there's friction and conflict occurring. Another way we can see this is even in settlements. So often regarded, well, defined as buildings which ride the hillsides, settlements tend to sit on tops of hillsides, looking out over valleys and beyond that space. This is a Jewish settlement outside of Bethlehem, Har Homa, and you can see across this in the far side, you can see how the buildings have this feeling of looking outwards. There tends to be in the architecture and design of the towns and settlements that there's one road coming in and one road going out, so it has this fortress-like appearance. So the settlement is another way in which we can think about how landscapes communicate to one group. If you understand a settlement, if you can spot a settlement, then you might understand about that idea of surveillance and securitization happening in the region. If you don't, maybe it's just another Palestinian settlement and or not undefined, just another space that occurs. So again, we have this like dualism happening of who knows and who doesn't, and why that could be quite beneficial. And the final one I wanted to bring up was signs. Signs are really interesting in the region. Here's 3 different ones that exist in 3 different spaces. As you can see, there's absence and presence of language, and that tends to communicate different types of differences that occur. Who needs, because as communication is a point of access, it is a key to a gate in the informal sense of division. It is a way of being able to navigate space. The presence and absence of language, therefore, on things like road signs, directional signs, can tell you about the ways in which people are experiencing the space. Who is the space for, or why is there absence? Absence tends to be just as telling as presence in this kind of conceptualization of borders. So to conclude, I just wanted to leave with that idea of the multiplicity. Difference is a multiplicit concept. It can be manifested in many ways, but the layering of experience, the layering of identity through different spatial markers such as objects, allows difference and division to be done at complex levels. So I used Israel-Palestine in a way of viewing this in order to show there's the formal division happening in the space, but also quite performative and productive forms of informal division. And if we're trying to take this to the ontological level, we're thinking about the ways in which the space comes to be. And if we're enacting that idea of difference as something innate to our ontological understandings of space, then things like materials become the clues and just hints towards the ways in which those differences are being taught discursively through narratives. So in demonstrating that fluctuating social life of objects, despite their physical stance, we can start to play on that idea of borders being everywhere and nowhere, in the fact that we can argue that actually happens at the same time. So there's a lot of ironies at play, and that's what I'm working on now, to try and take the wall as a specific object of kind of ironic failure, I suppose we could say, in trying to construct it, in trying to then learn from it, to try and think of new ways that we can approach borders and bordering problems. Thank you so much, and I hope that was okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mary. Thank you very much. Well, thank you for this great presentation. And now we can, so I repeat, keep your questions for the question session that will follow. And therefore, immediately, I'm gonna call Moran Zaga from the University of Haifa to her presentation on the role and importance of modern enclaves in the United Arab Emirates.
So thank you, Daniel, for organizing this session, for inviting me. So my interest is in territorial and political enclaves and exclaves, and the UAE and Oman has, as far as I know, the only official enclaves and exclaves in the Middle East, in the Arab world, while excluding other cases of disputes. And my question that I pose here is, are these enclaves or exclaves territorial solution in the sense of giving or allowing different identities to exist in physical manifestation, or are they pose a problem for present administration by creating spatial imbalance? So that's my main interest for today, and it's based on an paper that was published just a month ago at the Journal of Geography Research Forum. The region that I'm focusing on is right here at the Arabian Peninsula, at the north tip of the UAE and north of Oman. And you can see only by looking at this map the complexity of borders that we see here today. And there are lots of unique features, again, in the Arab world, in the Middle East, depends how you describe both of them. One unique feature is that the UAE is the only federation in the Arab world. There are so many curved borderlines here. There are many curved borderlines in the Middle East, but you can see the magnitude of this phenomena here in just a small scale region. You can see, as said, lots of enclaves of many types, and I will mention them in 1 second. And the region is highly, highly fragmented. There are, in the one screenshot that we see here, you have at least 11 types of, enclaves in different types. And the different types that we have here are, for example, the most extreme, or I think almost insane case that we have here is a Nahwa village, which belongs or affiliates to the Emirate of Sharjah, which is part of the UAE, enclaved by Oman, a fully Oman territory, in the name of Madha, surrounded by other different emirates of the UAE. So there's a country within a country within a country. So that's a second order enclave. Inside an exclave, there are semi-exclaves, such as the Musandam here, meaning that part of the territory is surrounded by the sea. There are mere exclaves, meaning that the surrounding political entities, there are several political entities surrounding the exclave, and most of the cases here are subnational level exclave, meaning that they are part of the federation and not national level exclave. I focused on the creation, what were the conditions that led to this uniqueness that we see here on the map. And I think the more interesting question is how these these unique features survived into the modern state, because in most of them, there were many exclaves and enclaves in the pre-modern era, but what is unique here is that they're survived and absorbed into the modern state. And of course, what is their role and significance today? These are the main tools that I use. I asked territorial questions on enclaves. I did some archival survey on the British archives in the region, and spatial analysis, looking at historical maps and survey of contemporary policy records and media records. So I will show you today two case studies. One of them is a Dubai exclave named Khata, on the name of the main village here, which is stationed here, and the adjacent exclave of Ajman, another emirate, which is mother territory, sits right here on the coast, and its exclaves here. There's another Ajman exclave right here named Manama, not to confuse with Manama, the capital of Bahrain. So these are the two case studies that I'm going to focus on, and let's start with how this is exclave created. So one of the main conditions that led to the creation is the geographic and physical conditions. Looking at this picture, we see we can already, as geographer, understand the advantage of, in the pre-modern world, in the pre-technological world, sitting at mountains. The mountains create an orographic barrier, which creates this gigantic desert, Rub al-Khali, the main desert of the Arabian Peninsula, and 90% of the UAE sits on this desert, arid desert, with no living conditions except oases and coastlines. So most of the tribal population set right here at wadis, meaning valleys, coastlines, foothills, that created the conditions of living. These two enclaves that I'm talking about today are sitting as well on the Wadi Khata, important wadi, and the precipitation rate here is rather high compared to the inland. The wadis create ability to practice agriculture, and the Rocky Mountains create underground water and many water resources. And in this historical map of water resources, we can see a complete match between water wells and villages, like 100% match. Every water well they had, a village was built around it. So we can see here, Ajmani was Foot, and Dubai, the old name of Khata was Hajarian. So the geographic explanation creates a lot of sense, but because of, it's not the only explanation. Because of the geographical advantages of the area, many rulers sought to control the region. And we can see the many political changes that occurred along the last 3 centuries. The region was mainly ruled by the Sultan of Muscat back in the 7th century. Then the Qawasim tribal coalition became dominant, starting to create the first unofficial pre-modern enclaves in the region. The Qawasim itself split along the century to two family members who later built the today's Emirates of Ras Al Khaimah and Sharjah. So there was another split within the split. Britain, which arrived and conquered the region in the 19th century, early 19th century, weakened the Qawasim family and the Qawasim maritime abilities, reducing their ability to maintain control over the coast cities and allowing other local tribes or rulers to gain power. So we see that the Swiss cheese is starting to get more and more holes in the political map, allowing Fujairah ruler, and as we said, Ajman and Dubai to get further control of the region. There is a famous painting of 1920s, showing Britain conquering Ras Al Khaimah, which used to be the capital of the region, not today's Abu Dhabi. And we see there, I think that's the most important part of the drawing, showing the ships on fire, really leading to the deterioration in the Hawaiian abilities to move. But here we see that both Hatta and Masfout are cases where Muscat was still around, Muscat is still ruling in this time, and both Dubai and Najman gained their control over the Sultan of Muscat and not the Qawasim. So we have many local forces here, and one of the major, I think, factors that enabled the region to maintain its local features is that external forces such as the Ottoman Empire and other empires did not enter, or when they entered the region, did not intervene intensively enough to interfere with the local developments. So we see lots of, let's say, tribal structures and tribal processes absorbing into the modern era, into the modern phase. And the transitional phase, the survival of the local features into the national state is in many ways thanks to the different written approach that we had here in delineating the borders of the Middle East. We heard a few cases where we saw how external forces, how Britain and France drew the lines of the Middle East. Here we see a different story. The delineation started at a very late stage in the political order of the world, at the 30s, only in the 1930s, and the duration of the border negotiations was rather long, until the 60s at least. And due to this long and very late border negotiations, the British representatives in the region came with a little different approach. They asked the local sheikhs and the local people, what is their local structure, tribal structure? And according to their identities or according to the tribal loyalties, they drew the borders to circle them and eliminating the option of territorial contiguity. In most of the other cases in the Middle East, we know that territorial contiguity was one of the more important factors in creating the modern state. But here, territorial contiguity was less important. What was on the top level of consideration was who they give the loyalty to. And according to that, borders were drawn. We can see and gave solution to the two identities in the national era. One identity is the tribal coalition. If Hatta, the people of Hatta or the people of Masfout give the loyalty to the ruler who sits here in Najman, they will not reduce them. They will not ignore them. They will just circle them with the border, giving them two identities. One is the primordial identity, and now they have a new Emirati identity, which was not existed until 1971. So they gave a sort of solution to territorial identities. And this approach is mainly to people like Julian Walker, who actually drew this background sketch map. And we can see her sitting on the sand with a local, a sheikh or one of the people, and you can see the approach, the different approach trying to see eye to eye. Let's go to for today. Skip for today and ask what is the significance of these ex-slaves and enclaves today, because we can understand that when the country emerged, it was important enough to maintain this identity, which were still dominant. But are these tribal identities still dominant today? And are these new territorial or Emirati identity relinquish the need of these exclaves? We can see here the ruler of Dubai, Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, as his son, Hamdan, the crown prince, going physically to Hatta, this beautiful wadi, this beautiful place, and announcing the Hatta Master Development Plan, which I will speak about in a few seconds. Just to give you an overview of the differences today between Hatta of Dubai and Masfout of Ajman. Both cities are relatively distant from the main Dubai and Ajman city. Hatta has a little bit more residents. Masfout is still in practice. There are a collection of villages in Masfout, while there is one main Hatta city in the Dubai section. And there is, as you can see here, there are governmental villas in an urban planning, well organized in the city of Madha, while you can see here that not most of the roads are not paved in Masfout, and the houses are spontaneously developed, same as for the infrastructures, that are spontaneously developed here. And what is their geopolitical importance today? Why would the rulers of Ajman and Dubai have the interest to maintain their separate political entity and not create and not absorb it into the modern unified administrated entity of the UAE? So we can see first that from the location is that both of these territories has an access to the international border with Oman. Now, the unique feature, another unique feature here is that these borders are not administrated on the federal level. They're administrated on the Emirati level, meaning that Dubai has control on the taxes, on tourism, on trading, on everything that the border offers. And it offers, meaning that it offers a lot of political status, high political status for whoever controls it. So Dubai controls the border here, Ajman controls the border here, but interestingly enough, and I don't know the reason for that, but the international border for Ajman with Oman, which you can see here, is important because it really connects the two sections of the UAE and creates, for those who want to visit here, a faster way. But most of the time it is closed. And this is a more busy international border. So that's one thing. Hatta and Ajman at both has dams, but Hatta is using the dam more intensively, meaning that it has hydroelectric station. It uses that for channeling agriculture, channeling water for agriculture and for tourism. In Hatta, for example, there's the only hotel in the radius of, I don't know, at least 50 or 70 kilometers in the region. Of course, Masfout does not offer that. You can see here some pictures of the zip line and the small hotels that you have in the Advantage Park in Wadi Hab in Hatta. You can see the Wadi Dam, the dam in Hatta, which also offers touristic attractions such as small sailing boats. And you can see the international border. This is me when I was thin. You can see that it really does not remind anything of what we imagine when we think about tribal borders, right? 20 years ago, there was no border here. I mean, there was a checkpoint, but you could not see the fence. You did not see any fence. You did not see any patrol. You did not see these signs. These are all new features or new physical appearances that we see on the ground today. And just, I asked him to make a photo of me just to show the background, not myself. So we can see here the appearance of the border. And let's see the borderland between the two enclaves, between the two political entities. This is Hatta, this is Masfout. And you can see only from an aerial look, the difference, the big difference and disparity and the social and the imbalance between the two entities. You can see the well-planned Hatta area. You can see the football stadium. You see lots of grass, And here you can see agricultural lands, you see spontaneous scattered houses, and nothing on the borderland. This Google Earth pictures from 2009, I think. And I want to show you what's happening today. I go back, just look at the borderland and see how the houses are getting closer to each other. And now it's a connected area. This is the federal border, the federative border, sorry. And as closer as they get, as the disparity is becoming more visible and more felt on the ground for the people who are sitting here and here. The structures, the water structure, the electricity structure, the paved roads, they're all end here for both sides, creating two different circles of political and social administration. Looking forward, both Ajman and Dubai understand the situation. They are aware of the situation. And what are they doing to change that? So Ajman knows its, let's say, disadvantage in this comparison. And they start slowly by slowly to develop the city and offer attractions. Nothing today attract a tourist to Ajman, but only the last 2 years, they opened a small museum. This is the Crown Prince of Ajman, and announced the same year a plan to 2030 for modernizing the city planning. Now let's see what Dubai is offering in reaction to Ajman. So there is, as we saw earlier, the Hatta Master Development Plan, again, announced the same year. And the vision that, here is a quote about the vision, transforming Hatta into an attractive local and international destination for business, investment, and tourism. See the different goals. Here they take not 2 steps, but 10 steps ahead of Ajman, creating an even larger disparity and spatial imbalance. So ending at my questions that I posed in the first slide, are these extraterritorial solution a problem? Of course, there are sort of a solution for these dual identities that still exist in the UAE, but as we can see here, there are social and political tensions that we cannot see when we look from a high level on the UAE. We see a lovey-dovey picture of homogeneous society and homogeneous political structure, but looking at a zoom-in level, we can see the cracks and the tensions between the different emirates and how they cannot even share infrastructures and small small territorial units.
Thank you very much. Really interesting presentation. Thank you. Stimulating presentation also to consider and clearly explain. So now we are moving to our last presenter, Chaim Stebro. Chaim, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Wonderful. Here you are. So from the Israeli Survey Department, so some of the people here know you, of course. And so you're going to elaborate on a provisional title I received, 28 years of successful joint Israeli-Jordanian boundary making and boundary maintenance. I'll leave you the floor for 20 minutes.
Thank you very much for letting me in. Due to the COVID, I'm not at my best, but I'll try to do the best I can. I am actually a member of the Israel-Jordan Boundary Commission and a co-founder of the joint team of experts in the Joint Boundary Commission since July 1994, more than 3 months before the peace treaty. Just a minute. Okay. Now, the boundary, the mission of the joint team of experts was to prepare the boundary delimitation, the peace treaty, the boundary demarcation on the ground after the peace treaty, the boundary surveying and the documentation of the boundary pillars, the maritime boundary delimitation in the Gulf of Aqaba, Eilat, and the documentation of the boundary line in the south of the Dead Sea and the salt pans and in the Jordan and Yarmouk rivers. People may think that, well, we are now on the 29th year after the peace treaty. Why do you still need maintenance? I hope that I will introduce you a few facts that will convince you that such maintenance process is very important. The modes of operation of the JTE were defined in the SOP, standard operation procedures, that we have prepared in the JTE. And this was approved by the chairs of the JBC. The chairs of the JBC prepared an annual report of the JTE, prepared an annual report to be approved by the chairs of the JBC. In rare cases of disagreements, the heads of the JTE have the option to raise the issues to the chairs of the JBC. Actually, the JTE is the main operative organ of the JBC. The two sides interact continuously. They conduct annual field reconnaissance survey, field and office meetings on both sides, annual sum-up meeting following these meetings and for preparing an annual report. And the military liaison network enables easy communication between the two sides, because otherwise we would need maybe visas or I don't know what, but we have a free connection, let us say it in this frame. The types of boundary maintenance issues are actually complex. There are issues due to sea, and this is of course due to the area of this boundary. The boundary itself has about 400 or 500 kilometers, but if you don't take the meanders of the rivers, then you have about 400 kilometers. Boundary on the land boundary in the Araba, maritime boundary in the Gulf of Aqaba, Eilat, a boundary in a lake, the Dead Sea, and the boundary in the rivers, the Jordan River and the Yarmouk rivers. Now, the maintenance problems or issues are due to sea water and wind erosion, issues due to floods, issues due to natural changes in rivers, issues due to man-made changes, and issues due to combination of climate changes and man-made changes. Examples of seawater erosion and sand dune movement you can see here on the left side. You see a boundary pillar number 0, which is also called BP 0, but it's also MB 0, maritime boundary 0. That's the first point of the maritime boundary line. On the left side, you see the original one put on the ground.
We don't see your PowerPoint.
You don't see my PowerPoint? I don't. What shall I do?
Stop sharing and sharing it again.
Oh my God! Yeah.
But you saw it before?
No.
Ah, you didn't see anything?
No. We see you.
Oh, sorry.
You can tell him what to do.
Yeah, fine. You just need to start sharing.
Okay.
Now you see it?
Yes. Now it's fine.
Oh, sorry. Uh, so these are the examples of seawater erosion and sand dunes movement. On the left side, you see the original BP0 on the coastline, on the ground, and then the salty water, of course, and the winds also influenced it, and it began cracking. So we elevated it on stones, and this was not enough. And so we constructed. Everything was done and is done and will be done, of course, jointly, the Jordanians and us. Yes, and a 3-level base was built, and the new boundary pillar was put on top of it. That was in 2009. Now on the right side, you can see that sand dunes cover sometimes boundary pillars, or sometimes they expose the base and the pillar may be tilted. Now on the left side, that's I'm referring now to maintenance due to floods. On the left side, you see boundary pillar 1, very close to boundary pillar 0. But since 2009, you can see it was also constructed on a few levels, 2 levels in this case, concrete base. But you can see that from the floods coming from the north, actually the base deteriorated and now needs an urgent, I would say, maintenance, and we are taking care of it. This is another pillar in the middle of a seasonal wadi. Yes, so the floods there are very strong, and the original pillar actually was swept away by one of the floods. So we constructed actually a base of a concrete base, 2 levels, and put a new boundary pillar on top of it. But the situation now is different, because you see another powerful flood actually tilted the boundary pillar and the base itself. Here you see the meanders of the Jordan River. As you can see, every river, yes, is actually a living organ, yes, or creature, or whatever, or a geographic feature, and it changes all the time, every second, every millisecond. So we have to take care if a river is a boundary river, then the question is if the changes of the river are gradual and slow, then the boundary line should follow the changes of the river. But if it is an artificial and man-made change, then the boundary remains at the original location. And if it is due to a sudden change, then it depends on the decision of the committee. Another thing is, if we refer to natural changes in the river, here you see an example of a collapse of the bank. Yes, a very high wall of the river. It collapsed, and you can see here that the river, in this case, the Jordan River, changed, yes, its course. So the question, should the boundary move with the change of the river or not? All these things actually come to the JTE, or the JTE comes to these cases and has to solve the problems. Here you see man-made changes that has to be taken care of. On the left side, you see a place on the Yarmouk River where a dam. Yes, here you see the dam constructed, but before it was constructed, it was planned in order to divert the water from the Yarmouk River to Jordan. Actually, the Yarmouk is the main source of water for agriculture in the Jordanian side, east of the in the Jordan Valley, east of the Jordan River. Yes, so we knew that after this dam will be constructed, then the river will not behave like it used to behave before. And you see here also a reservoir, yes, upstream from the dam, and you see that the water, yes, that it doesn't flow as it used to flow before. So we fixed the boundary coordinates according to the original boundary delimitation of the peace treaty. This is another case where a gas pipe has to be constructed below the Jordan River. So we had temporarily to take to divert the water vertically through pipes, yes, to dig this channel in order to put the gas pipe, and then to restore the Jordan River in its place. And since the Jordan River is a boundary river, then there was a lot of work, yes, for engineering, for the engineering staff, but also for the JT, because the JT controlled everything in order to be sure that the boundary will be restored, yes. And in any case, it fixed the boundary coordinates according to the original delimitation of the peace treaty. Here you see on the right side, because of construction of dikes and the road, a new road, boundary road, and a very high fence. Yes, a dike was built here, and the dike covered all boundary pillars. So we had to construct here, and on the right side, you can see it, to construct here actually a new base about 2 meters high or even more, and to put the boundary pillar on top of it. Yes, so actually the coordinates today of this boundary pillar, the XY coordinates are the same as the documentation that we have prepared 25 years ago. But the Z coordinate is different because it's now elevated. This is another case, it's a combination of climate and man-made changes. You see the Dead Sea, the original Dead Sea and the Dead Sea today. And you can see that because the Dead Sea contracts, yes, then the northern coastline of the Dead Sea moves southwards. Now, the original boundary used to be during the British Mandate along the Jordan River, down to the estuary, to the Dead Sea. But since the Dead Sea contracted, now the river chose a new a new location. Yes, so we already saw it during the peace treaty. So we changed the delimitation from the British Mandate. You see the red line, and actually we adjusted it to the new Jordan River, yes, in this area. But this is still continuing. So we have a problem, and we have to take care of this problem, this issue constantly. Here we can see joint projects, which is the main issue that I refer to. The JT actually maintains, and not only maintains, conducts joint projects. One of them is a basic one, which was to prepare a joint geodetic reference system, boundary reference system, in order to base all the surveys referring to the boundary, like actually fixing coordinates for boundary pillars for the Jordan River and the Yarmouk River and in the Dead Sea, using these actually reference points. That was one project, a successful one. Another one, actually, that was my idea, but we actually offered it to the Horizon program, but we failed. But you can see the idea. My idea was that since Jordan in this area is on the Arabian plate, while Israel is on the African plate, here we have Cyprus and Greece from the European Union, yes, as on the Eurasian plate, or maybe here you can refer to it as the Anatolian plate. So maybe we can monitor the differential movement, yes, of these control points, yes, the suggested control points for, from my point of view, for 100 years, yes, or tens of years at least, to see what happens here annually and a long time on a long range. So as I said, we didn't receive the fund, but what you can see here, very interesting. You see this black line. This is actually the Dead Sea Rift, which is called also the Syrian African Fault. The northern tip of it, you can see it, yes, the meeting point between the northern tip of this Dead Sea Rift, yes, and the southern edge margin of the Southeast Anatolian plate is exactly the place, unfortunately, of the last two disastrous earthquakes a week ago. You can see here, this area, exactly the meeting area between these two. Now another project you see on the right side, which we signed just 2 months ago. That was actually a joint marine safety of navigation chart, following the rules of the British Admiralty. And you can see here the Royal Jordanian Geographic Center, Survey of Israel, and the JT. It's a product of the JT, but a joint with all of these organizations. And it's very interesting. It is trilingual. It's English, Arabic, and Hebrew. I'm very proud of it. It was my idea. And conclusion, the existence of a joint team of experts for the maintenance of an international boundary is essential for the stability of the boundary. Such a joint team has to be active and meet and cooperate routinely and at least on an annual basis. I have to say that our work is highly appreciated by both sides, and it's actually I would say it's been declared lately as a major important contributor to peace and security between the two states. Oops, thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you. Thanks to all the participants for their presentation and to be with us now for the session question. So please raise your hand and let's take some questions. Yes.
Sorry, is Chaim still with us?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, thank you very much for a fascinating presentation. I just wanted to clarify. So does it mean that the border is basically moving all the time because of the changes in the, in the geography in the river? So does it mean that every time, I mean, not every time, but basically the joint team is delimitating the border every time to adjust it to the new natural realities?
No, not exactly. I mean, the maritime boundary that we have delimited and signed in 1996, of course, is it's in the sea, but this is the most stable part of it because it's defined by coordinates. So we have one part fully stable. Another part is the boundary on land, yes, in the Arava. In this case, the boundary is fully documented by coordinates, and these coordinates are deposited at the United Nations. So, of course, this is also stable. The boundary pillars, yes, may fall down or need or require maintenance, but the boundary line is defined, fully defined accurately by coordinates. My idea is on all the Israeli boundaries, and I think that this should be also all over the world, that boundaries should be defined by coordinates. And other things, if you need to change maybe in rivers, then you have to change it or to maintain it or to define the rules of the changes, yes, and to keep track on it, because regarding the Dead Sea and the salt pans, it's also stable over there, except, as I said, referring to the northern coastline of the Dead Sea, not because of the Dead Sea, but yes, because of the Dead Sea, but because of the Jordan River. The Jordan River, if the northern coastline of the Dead Sea moves, migrates southwards, then the Jordan River has to elongate itself, has to find a way, yes, to reach the Dead Sea. And it doesn't operate according to our directives. It is a natural feature. So in this case, I think that we have to follow it, but we haven't decided it yet. Regarding the boundaries in the rivers, yes, this is what the boundary, the piece of treaty defines the boundary in this area, as I mentioned before. So it should change according to the natural changes of the river, if the natural changes of the river are slow and gradual. So actually, if this is the case, then yes, we have to change it.
Thank you. Are there some questions? Yes.
No. I'd like to ask a question to Dr. Zaga about British policy. It seems like the British policy regarding the enclaves is extremely extraordinary in the context of the Middle East. And I wondered why particularly there, they were more considerate towards local divisions rather than their overwhelming policy in just drawing borders wherever they thought it would serve their own interests.
So
in
this
other
question
areas.
has two assumptions. One is that Britain was present in this region since 1820. So there were at least 110 years experience in the region and getting to know the region, making surveys of the region for a century before they start the negotiations. So they had a lot of knowledge on the region and on the population. And the other reason that it's a hypothesis, which I need to further check, but that they took conclusions from the process here in the Levant, and they tried to implement it in a better way in the Gulf area.
Thank you.
That's my assumption, then I'm doing further research. I have a question.
Oh, yes, I have a question, yes.
For Jan.
For Jean.
For you. I'm curious to learn about the manifestation of Turkish intervention in northern Syria. What does it mean? How many soldiers and how deeply you intervene on the social life? And how does that affect the everyday life of Syrians?
You mean the intervention in northern Syria? Well, it's a special issue because well, Turkey reinforced the services in this area, and officially Turkey has no ambition, territorial ambition on the Syrian sovereignty and the Syrian territory. But when looking at what's happening in this zone, Turkey is building even university in the zone. So I think at the beginning, the idea was to have a leverage in the final issue of the Syrian civil war, and to defend especially Turkish interest in the end and the managing of the border, because this border has a long story. But when looking at what's happening, well, we can have a question about that. Well, I think also this zone is an old dream of the Turkish government since the beginning. Well, since the beginning, you know, you have this migration, and immediately one of the first reflex of Turkey was to claim for the establishment of a sort of buffer zone. And at that time, this was the beginning to also with this conflict between Turkey and the ally, because the US refused, because establishing a buffer zone would have meant to control, to check the airspace of the zone, and this will lead the US and the Western ally to a direct confrontation with the Syrian regime. That was that's why they refused. But now with this intervention too, well, Turkey has this argument of the buffer zone. Especially Erdogan is explaining that he's going to send back the refugees to the zone. Some of them move to the zone, but the majority stay in Turkey, especially because sometimes they are not coming from the zone of the intervention. So it's well, it's a difficult situation, I think.
Just two notes, not a question. One for the girl, for the researcher from King's College. Har Homa is a neighborhood of Jerusalem. It's not a settlement, as we've seen like this. So this is one thing. And the other things, I try to present it to you et to Hein. You know this because all of you got it. The boundary that we talk, this is all on the shirt. This part of the boundary between Israel and Jordan is not boundary between Israel and Jordan. No, you have to see, because nobody know what is this. This is the West Bank. It's not part of Israel, and it's not. It's under part of it under the Palestinian Authority, which is not a state. So this is not boundary, although Israel and Chaim and others control it and try to see what's going on the river, but this is part of the river, of the line, this is part of the line, but this part is not a boundary line.
But Har Homa is actually the other side.
May I say something? It is a boundary line.
It's the western boundary of Jordan, but it's not the eastern boundary.
It's a boundary line. It's part of the Israel-Jordan Peace Treaty in Chapter 3 of the Article 3 of the international boundary, but the status of it yes, is defined as a temporary status until the status of the areas west of it, the West Bank, will be decided.
Actually, at the Jordanians' insistence, Israel is the only sovereign in terms for security, not for civilian issues, but Jordan does not recognize the Palestinians as having security control over the section of the border at Jordanian insistence.
Yeah. Thank you for reminding us. The question over there.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is Johanna Oliver about one.
Okay, Johanna, are you with us?
And which is the border city in Turkey, and I have been conducting my field research in there as well. So my question is the construction of border wall.
Johanna, do you hear it?
Yeah, I am here. I didn't hear the question yet.
Okay, a little bit louder.
Okay. My question is about border wall. What about the effects of capitalist economy, the expansion of these regions in terms of economic policies? And this is related to your topics as well. Arabic belt or just buffer zone? The question is Arabic belt or buffer zones? Arabic belt. Belt. This is the policy, and Erdogan always says this is the Arabic belt between Syria and Turkey. And this is the next question, actually. My question is, what's the effect of capitalist war economy on these regions? Because the border wall constructed in the city between Iran and Turkey, is that just decision between Iran and Turkey, or the other states' policies in the border regions?
Depend on
International economy, the effects of international economy on the local borders.
Okay, I'm not sure to get the all part of the question, but I understood that it's about the wall. So I can give some clue about the building of this wall on the Turkish-Iranian border, which is a decision made by Turkey in 2017, but also welcomed by Tehran, by Iran, especially because they agree to curb illegal flows, which such as illegal migration flows and, as I said, also smuggling, because smuggling is also considered as a source of income for the PKK. So there's this common interest to curb the illegal flows. But the decision was made by Turkey in 2017, and I make the hypothesis in my thesis that it was also the result of a dynamic the conflict in Syria, because as Turkey started to intervene in northern Syria and to build a wall, it also created dynamic of securitization all the southern part of the border in Turkey, including the Iranian border. Yeah, I don't know if I understand
I'm just emphasizing the policy of capitalist economy on these regions. So, which determines the policy of every single nation states, including Turkey and Iran as well. So, the border wall between Iran and Turkey, funded by European Union as well. So, this is the things, this is the very important things we need to think from very, very big pictures. So not just every single nation state policies and Syrian and Turkey border as well. So that's
No,
why
no. Yeah, of course, the role of the European Union is very important in this matter, especially.
prevent those who live in the Afghanistan and Iran to go to European continents. So that's why the border wall is not the decision of the every single nation states, I think, and the same issues is determines the Turkey and Syrian border as well. So the Arabic belt, and that's not like ambitions of the nation states. And as you know, the international order always creates nation states by territorial borders. And they have to have territorial borders and physical geographic elements. But at the same time, they have some policies to keep their borders very secure. So that's the, I think, very important things rather than the nation states policies.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with you. And in my thesis, I focused on different level of motivation of this wall building, which include the European as well as national interest in building this wall. And what is interesting, in my opinion, is how actors connect to agree and to welcome, if I may say, this border policy, this securitization of border policy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, I agree with that, because, well, the situation was a bit different in Syria and Iraq and in Iran, because as Joanna told you, in fact, in Iran, you have a formal acceptation of Iran. As the situation in Syria and Iraq was a bit different, because you have, you have no state in front of Turkey, but you have different actors. And the decision, of course, was taken formally by Turkey, but you have to integrate this decision in the migration policy of the European Union, because at the same time when the decision was taken of the wall, of course, the idea of Turkey was to secure its border, because you have, especially at the beginning of the war, the border was became very flexible. So you have this idea to take again the control of the border, and you have, especially we observe mottos of the Turkish government in Turkey, in Syria and Iraq, saying, well, we are taking our border. This was a sort of nationalist posture of Turkey. At the same time, if you observe, it's the time when the problem of migration came to Europe, and at that time you have also in 2016 this agreement between Turkey and the EU, and also at the same time of the agreement, the EU advised Turkey especially to fix the migrant in Turkey or in Syria. So I think we have to analyze the rules regarding this great issue of migration at the same time.
Thank you.
Thank you also for this precision. Thank you, Joanna. Time flies, I'm afraid. I mean, we are now 15 minutes ahead of the schedule. So, I mean, thank you very much to all the participants, and thank you online as well. Well, thank you. Richard, are you here?
Yeah, hi Daniel. How you doing?
Hi, my idea. Long time no see. Incredible.
Yeah. Well, hopefully I'll see you in Grenoble in late June. And
Yes, sure. I really hope.
I mean, I'm the other side of the Alps in early June, so I don't know if I have to come back home to London to get to you. I don't know, but
okay.
Yeah.
Great. I'll be in touch anyway. Thanks for taking part.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't. Yeah, sorry about that.
No, not a problem. I hope you will feel much better really soon.
And it was great to see Moran again. Last time I saw Moran was at a conference, and we ended up talking about Middle Eastern borders on the beach in Tel Aviv. It was great.
Okay, I see. Okay, well, keep you posted, and in case I'm in London during the spring, I will let you know.
Yeah, and we were going to talk on Teams or about a possible special issue, weren't we? I think. Yeah.
Of course, absolutely. Let's be in touch with this in the coming weeks. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Daniel. Enjoy. And Haim, it's good to see you as well. I haven't seen you for a while.
Great. See you then.
Yeah, I was just going to say to Haim that I've just done a piece on Water International on river boundaries, and yeah, I went back to the 1927 Colonial Office understanding on the Jordan, and it's fascinating stuff. So it's great to hear your paper today. Thanks for
that. Yeah, that was great.
Okay. And I thought Johanna and Meryl gave great papers as well. So having helped put the session together, Daniel, I'm sorry I couldn't contribute as fully to it as I wanted, but
sure.
I really enjoyed it.
Wonderful. Me too. I mean, actually, that was really interesting, and also that Zara was able to join, and okay, let's talk a little bit further on what to do, and I think we have some materials. I'm also in touch with some people, so I'll be in touch with you regarding also some meetings I have with people here.
Okay, sounds great.
Okay, yeah. So,
Hi.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
bye.
Yeah, hi,
Richard.
Moran.
Richard,
Yeah.
do you know my publication, the FIG publication number 76, about boundaries on unstable ground?
No. Well, I'll tell you what.
There are two chapters there about boundaries and rivers.
Yeah. There's an interesting African Union publication as well that Martin Pratt's just done on river boundaries. That's quite interesting, mainly looking at African examples. But no, I'll send you a copy of mine. It's open access anyway, Haim, so you can have a look at what I was saying.
Yes,
I was looking at the Jordan, the Shatalar, the Baral, Sudan, and a few different ones. So.
The FIG publication is also open.
Well, send me the reference, and I'll send you the reference, and
Okay.
that'd be great.
Really funny.
Bye.
Okay, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Moran, great to see you. Any chance of your publication?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll send you.
Send me the slides as well. Brilliant. Thanks.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, by the way.
It's great hearing you.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. Okay, so I think we can end the session. Thank you very much for your help.
Toda.
For now.
We just heard the little bit of introduction to tomorrow's field trip.
Yeah.
Tamar was and Gideon were kind of explaining the history of the border and also the issue of cooperation, regional cooperation across the border here. So, yeah, more grounding what we're seeing tomorrow.
Okay, that sounds ready.
Are we fine? Are we ready? Yes. Okay, perfect. Okay, I think we can start this panel. It looks as if instead of 5, for some reason, I think we'll only have 4 papers. In which case, I think each speaker will have a good 20 minutes to elaborate. And then I would suggest that we wait for the end to let's accumulate our questions, collect our questions, and then have the joint question and answer session after the 4th paper. So here, welcome to this panel on border economics. So one aspect that, a very important aspect that needs development. And I will just invite the first speaker who's going to give us an interesting approach to borders, economic issues, geopolitical issues, geoeconomic issues from a Central European perspective. This is Eilat Ratz from the Institute of Regional Studies in Hungary. And Eilat, please be my guest. You're the first. And I will give you a couple of minutes, 3-minute warning. I'll keep tabs here of your time. I'll give you a 3-minute warning if it seems that you might be going over time. Okay. Stay open, I guess. I will illustrate with the time.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you for the EBS and for James for this conference and for this session especially. I'm originally an economist, but I'm working always with human geographers. So my institute is a very multicultural and multidisciplinary one. That's why we always would like to contribute something from this European macro region, Central and Eastern Europe. We call the post-socialist countries between Germany, Turkey, and Russia. There are many. We have a research group in border studies headed by James Scott 10 years ago. And that's why I'm here, because it's a very interesting period, bordering, rebordering, and debordering also in my macro region. Thanks for the Hungarian academy and government for the supportation, because it's very hard to travel to another continent. So. My co-author, Zoltán Gál, is a professor in the university and also a senior researcher in our institute. And we have some manuscripts and joint publication about this region and the development and the reorganization of Central and Eastern Europe in a geo-economic perspective. We have a special issue edited by James in the last issue of Eurasian Geography and Economics about these geographical imaginations. And we try to put in the next issue these economic dependencies, economic bordering of the region. We deal with this phenomenon with 5 or 6 years ago. So this Ukrainian war, it's underlined. There is a very specific problem. We have dependencies, not only German foreign direct investment, also with the Russian transmission of energies. We can separate geopolitics and geoeconomics, but the base is the economic and geographical elements, and the goal is to achieve geopolitical benefits for the goals with this asymmetric interdependence or power relations. And 2 decades ago, when the new member states still came to rejoin Western Europe, somebody want to underline there is a new central periphery relationship rebuilt. Why? Because some big companies push the factories through the state borders, but they route these factories. These are not joint ventures, 100% Western European capital they have. So that's why they rebordering this region. It's a fortunate being nearer to Germany, because Germany is the factory and the engine of the European Union. But we saw that there are new bordering patterns. We can get the European structural funds and also FDI, but there are outflows such as the profit and also the huge out-migration of the people, and also some indirect outflows because motorways and railways always built by Austrian and German capital dominated companies. So the first global financial and economic crisis after we joined the EU underline these weaknesses. The model has a problem because we are not developing countries and not developed countries. We are transition countries now also, and FDI not also gives only benefits. And there is a dual economy in these countries with very huge and strong independence of dependence in foreign capital, foreign companies, and very weak endogenous for national owned and also mid-sized companies. And that's why it's not a solution. It's a specific model. We have some other interpretations on this region, this East-West divide. We can also knew it in the academic sphere, not only this Anglo-Saxon hegemony and the language problems, also this neoliberal problems, which give us the globalization, but it's another, but not only center-periphery relationship. We can't overgeneralize this theory because it's not an Asian convergence. It's another one because we have no resources, only the low wages, not oil, and other minerals. So there are new theories came from politicians or human social science researchers. The first was the dependent market economies, because there is a dependency from the foreign owned companies. But the COVID era shows that they also dependent because of these value changes from Eastern Europe. The parts, elements, they can produce without these parts, because they optimize the just-in-time process in the Schengen zone or near to the Schengen zone. And there are historically path dependence problems. It's a very specific macro region. The past 3 decades, we saw significant changes, fundamentally from the state socialism to dependent market economies. And in several cases, the Socialist Republic of Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia became dissolution, and there are many small countries with new state structure, new state territory, new neighborhood. So this very dynamic period ruled by this globalization and metropolization, the development of capital cities, and maybe the neighborhood region of the European Union. That's why territorial disparities within the countries are increased. We have very negative democratic trends till the 18th, but after we joined the EU, there was a mass out migration to Western Europe. So that is the problem, and the politicians after 2 decades revisited this development strategy. Somebody wants to diversificate it by Chinese and other Asian or Middle East capitals. And there is a revenge of the places. You can see the voting in the rural regions. It's the opposite of the capital cities and the big cities also here. It's a huge table. How can we interpret these small countries? They turn from the western part of East to the eastern part of West. And if you look at the green numbers, transition and development in the global point of view is successful, because from the Social Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, from Czechoslovakia, from Serbia, they became the member of the EU, the member of the NATO, and these are small countries, small population, not a big problem to get in the European Union, and with very high development level. So from this point of view, we are a successful macro region. Despite of the demographic trends, we are lose the population for 40 years ago. The capital cities are in the map in the newest ranking of global cities, which based on the concentration of advanced producer services. We can see the capital cities are in the maps. but not in the high level. London and New York are alpha plus plus, but this is the same that we can see in Asia, except Beijing and Shanghai, without population, without extensive urbanization. It's very interesting how the Western capital spread. But we can see that the increase of this globalization is territorially unbalanced because many regions are now avoided by FDI. Historically, there is a bordering concept of this Central and Eastern European region, or Middle Europe, Mid-Europe. There are many phrases. How can we interpret this? Gregor Gorzelak said that after the Iron Curtain has collapsed, there is a new and golden curtain became between the new member states and the eastern or southern neighbors. And this is not good because the European Union cannot spread to east and to south. And there are many phrases to catch this gateways or zone, buffer zone, borderland of former empire, sorry. It is traditionally a German sphere, not the Russian one, but in several times we got in contact with the Russian army. So we have the historical knowledge on this. Mittel-Europa, mid of Europe. So there are many concepts and strategies historically, economic, political, or geopolitical and geo-economic one. Fortunately, we are the nearest countries, and that's why it's not an offshore, a near shore home of the German manufacturing. Yeah, they have benefits here, and I think this region really contribute to the German and to the European competitiveness. You can see these 14 countries investigated. There are many different groups. The biggest is Poland. Here you can see the top 10 companies by the total revenue. The small countries have small, big companies. And if we investigate the shareholders, who are the owner, who's the owner of these companies, and we aggregate the 10 top companies shareholders, we can see 4 groups. There are small countries and with the other different privatization political, they run another route in Poland. They own more than 50% the top 10 companies. There are in between some. The green is the homeland capital. And there are some countries who sell the former state-owned company or invite big motor factories. And you can see Bulgaria, Slovakia, Hungary, and also Kosovo. Thanks, James. we have less than a quarter of the shareholders in these big companies. So I skip these new interpretations, only you can read how many words we can use to describe these programs process. And it's very interesting because Poland and Hungary at the same time colonies and colonizers, because the Hungarian biggest bank, OTP, and the biggest oil company, MOL, has more than 20 countries, branches, and dominate the Central and Eastern European or the Southeast European energy and bank system, then from 50%. Yeah, we have the largest motor factory in Győr, produced 2 million engines to Volkswagen and Audi. So there is a new post-colonialism. It's an FDI-led strategy, but we have programs, dependencies. And in the long term, my co-author, Gál professor, can show, based on the Madison database, that the increasing gap, we are also far from the Western European countries. Here you can see the most developed Western European 12 countries, and the red line is Southeast Europe or Balkans. And the green one is the Visegrad 4 countries. So we always have transitional problems, and this gap we traditionally had. So this catching up is very difficult. We can see here the bordering based on the GDP per capita focused to the state border. And we can see also the reconstruction after the war, Bosnia-Herzegovina, also the Ukrainian war, this GDP gap. But we can also see that the map is more warmer, so everybody goes in a higher level, but the gaps still remain. You can see also the problem of the Greek economy. So they can move down in this competition. So I skip this. Okay, and these are the conclusions, only 1 minute. So this is an FDI dependent capitalism. We can't generally thought everything about 14 countries, but the external capital is the problem historically, and the lagging behind the dynamics, because they don't want to innovate in these countries. So we can do only the lower economic processes. And there are very discontent and bordering in the regions, in the countries, between the urban system. And that's why rising populism, post-crisis movements, and this outmigration from the rural area to big cities, to capital cities, to Western Europe. So I think it's generally a problem lagging behind countries, but we are mostly in the European Union, and in the European Union we have to see this whole cohesion, and we have to sell money to do not lagging behind regions and don't let people this post-colonialism situation. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Eilat. That's a lot of information in there and a lot of very contentious information, but we can discuss that later. I would like to proceed. I think I'm going to make sure that Miru Kasani is not here. So, so the next speaker is Melika. Yes. I invite you to give your talk on the dialectical relation of historical capitalism and the concept of border identity. So kind of continuing this conversation of economic bordering, and kind of a historical perspective.
Thank you very much for attending to listen to us. In this presentation, I'm going to be talking about world system theory and its relations to nation-states border and border identity formation in general, and give an example from my field work to make a connection between historical capitalism as a general perspective and the Kurdish social transformation as the ethnic groups they live in the borderlands between Iran and Turkey. So, as you know, world system analysis has been studied many social scientists like Samir Amin, André Gundar Frank, Paul Baran, and Immanuel Wallerstein to explore global economy as a whole. But in this presentation, I'm follow Wallerstein perspective to explain and which says to explain the capitalist system from very comprehensive perspective. And Wallerstein, who's an American social scientist, developed world system analysis by modifying structural and dependency theory from Marxist critical perspective. He has done lots of works on world system analysis, which says there is only one world connected by a network of complex economic exchange relationship. So for him, according to him, world economy is an intersocietal system which has a self-contained division of labor and came into existence in a particular region of the world, the parts of the Europe and America, expanded and developed to englobe whole regions, whole world in a subsequent century. So the global economy constitutes one historical system that's an intersocietal, both historical and societal. So, and in which many modern institutions has been created. Capitalist world economy is based to drive capital, the accumulate capital and political conditioning of price level and steep polarizations of social classes and on regions over time, and the characteristics of capitalist system that related to why we need the border formations in the global economy as follows: the endless accumulation for maximization of profits, geographical expansion, deepen and widen surplus extraction, and to keep this system work, a mythical construction of people and territory. So this brief overview of the features of global capitalism show us to how international order works together and stable. So the development of capitalist world economy has involved the creation of the major institution of modern world, like ethnic and national groups and households, social classes and states. So for Wallerstein, all of these institutions are the consequences of the global economy, but not causes. And that's the very important point to make relation border construction. So from Wallerstein perspective, historical capitalism is a key unit of analysis, and in which all social structures and processes should be analyzed together. And following this point of view, there is a dual research agenda we need to follow. The first is how the process of system affect the internal dynamics and the social structure of its components. And the second is how the changes in its components affect the entire system. And these are the ways, so discuss the world system from macro perspective, but rather singular every nation states. So within this context, expanding our region to take capital accumulation originates the process of incorporation into regions into capitalist economy, and that ends up major transformation depending on internal dynamics of different regions, but eventually this integration makes the regions less different from each other. So incorporated areas and peoples often experience profound effects from incorporation and occasionally devastating ones. So even the extent of incorporation into capitalist economy was very limited. At the time of the rise and full expansion of capitalist economy, nation states are fully developed. So within a capitalist economy, nation states is an institution whose existence is defined by its relation to other states. So this differentiates strength of multiple states within system is crucial to maintain global economy as a whole. So because the strong states reinforce and increase the differential flows of surplus to the core states by exploiting the other regions of the world. So for Wallerstein, nation states are variable elements and within this system, and its boundaries is clearly defined almost everywhere. So its real power to control the flows of capital, commodities, and labor across its boundaries keeps the global economy works and stable. So that is the why within the capitalist economy, nation states are sovereign forces to dominate and control demarcated lands. The functioning of capitalist economy is made possible by a network of interrelated sovereign states that have clearly defined by territorial borders. So it's the fact that the states of capitalist economy exist within the framework of interrelated system, and that states are modern nation states distinguished from other bureaucratic policies throughout the history. So the historical development of capitalist economy that needs more and more states operating within interstate system have been created. So this is not to say that all nation states are strong and weak. There has been at all moments such a power hierarchy of such states constructed. So fixed border around the world, the market politically and officially negotiated to the limit of state sovereignty, which is typically surrounded by a zone of interaction. So in this system, if we move on the ideological belief in capitalist economy, nationalism as it had taken shape in 19th century, so project national independence as a process of creating larger and more progressive state forms. So for Wallerstein, nationalism is an ideology to ensure domination and control people and lands during the incorporation of these regions into capitalist economy, and centralization of nation states over territory to establish borders and to force unity on the territory it controls, arises homogeneity and heterogeneity, including integration and resistance in terms of culture. From a global perspective mentioned so far, looking at the border zones more closely, there are broad zones with considerable internal differentiation, both spatially and temporally constructed. These areas are often the zones of contact between people with different ways of living, and the larger diverse things encounter each other along the border can be people, products, commodities, and border practices, and even ideologies. So in this connection, the process of incorporation and its roots are the main external factors that create, transform, and destroy the border zones. So these regions have developed very complex culture of their own, and their populations have multi-layered identities to bridge these zones of liminality, and including both of creation and destruction as well. Yeah, in this context, what is significant is the perception of differences between the communities introduced by political border. And national identity is a socially constructed and a continuous process of defining friend and enemy. And this othering process is maintained boundaries between people like us and them. So living in the local communities living in the borderlands. So taking nation states border and border identity formation on the basis of contradictory viewpoints and enable us to scholarly discussion these concepts in a material context. So following these interpretations, the process of othering is rarely as linear, and rather othering involves a host of concomitant processes that work together to produce economically and culturally differentiated regions. So merger into capitalist world economy creates many bordered regions, and some border and borderlands is clearly defined by physical geographic elements, but some border and border regions are understood as ethnic marginality, and sometimes it's called frontier ethnic. So on these regions, the appearance of national identity and the evolution of local society are the process that run parallel together. So to the definition of political borders of national territory, but the most important thing, process, mechanism, and timing of the appearance of national identity is differentiated significantly. So this duality, this dual situation creates paradox of sense of belonging in the border regions, and the dramatic transformation of local society living in the borderlands is not simply as a result of the forces imposed on them by political centers. It's also the process of incorporation these regions into capitalist economy, and which had begun for a long time ago. So that was a brief overview. Yeah, that was a brief overview of the capitalist world economy and its functioning mechanism to make global economy stable, and why political border has to be drawn in global economy. So considering this big picture, and I have been doing my field research in the border regions between Iran and Turkey, and as you can see, so there is an historical border between Iran and Turkey, and that is 534 kilometers in length and has 3 crossings, and which is called Bazargan. This is Razi, and this is the place, and I am conducting my field work, and this is the Sero. So this border regions is populated mostly by Kurds living on the both sides. So since the long 16th century, capitalist world economy has always expanded unevenly over the Middle East regions, including Turkey and Iran. So, and most drastic social changes have brought about the political and economical developments by incorporation of these regions into capitalist economy. So from 16th and 19th century, the border geography and in which the Kurds inhabit densely and had conditions make them into buffer zones between Persian and Ottoman Empire. And in 1932, with a small modification, border had been clearly and officially defined, and the Kurds remain into the two nation states area. So at two nation states area as a majority ethnic groups in the borderlands. So this is the border gate. This is from the middle border gate, and in which I am doing my field research. And at this point, border regions as a zones of transition, and we can see the dialects culture transformation, sometimes cultural continuity, and this continuity is happening. And and that's the photos, and for me, very representative photos I got from the borderlands on the two sides during my fieldwork last summer. And the one side is the Iranian side, the other is Turkish side, and the homeowners are Kurds and belonging to same tribe, which is a social organization and among the Kurds in the borderlands. And as you can see, this is the picture of Imam Ali, which is a very important element in the Iranian nation state identity, and not even just after the revolution, and it dates back very, very long time ago. And the other is the Turkish flag, and this is the very important elements as other countries. So they are the Kurds, and they are same family, they share same culture, but they live in the different nation states borders. So the thing is, with the Kurdish states, I would like to draw attention to the central role of the uneven capitalist economy incorporation, this system over the region, and that emerged a set of complex identity formation. So we cannot say that all Kurds abandon their own ethnocultural identity. But this is the things I want to emphasize on. They are not the same as each other, and because of the living in different countries. And then the question is, how similar are they to each other, even though they are the citizens of different countries in the capitalist economy? Thank you.
Okay, so you're right in the middle of your field work and your research, so this is kind of a progress. Good. Thank you very much. Very stimulating. Captivating stuff. Okay, so I would ask then, Chris, you're going to be doing this.
Cindy's going to be doing most of this.
Oh, okay. So teaming up here, and we're going to switch to a completely different context. The U.S.-Mexico economic relationship. Here again, I mean, Eilat was talking about the automotive sector, and the powerhouse of automotive manufacturing is shifted eastward in the European Union, and it's squarely located in Hungary, Slovakia, Czech Republic, partly Romania. And it's also a motor of development here on the U.S.-Mexican border, and a creator of a lot of these inequalities as well. So enhanced USMCA, I don't know what that is, but you'll explain. Rules of origin provisions for automotive products, implications for Mexico's northern border industrial base. Great, thank you.
Very good. So our topic is on the US-Mexico-Canada agreement. That's what USMCA stands for. And it's on the enhanced rules of origin provisions under that agreement for automotive products, with the emphasis on implications for Mexico's northern border industrial base. So that is in essence the purpose of our paper. What do these new rules of origin mean? And I say new because this started in 2020, so I'll start with that. That's my first sort of section of the paper presentation. explain the USMCA provisions versus the previous provisions under the North American Free Trade Agreement, the changes, what Mexico's automotive manufacturing industry is all about because it impacts it directly, these changes. And then I'll conclude with final remarks on the prospects for Mexico's automotive manufacturing industry. So in July of 2020, the US-Mexico-Canada Agreement, that's the explanation of the acronym, supplanted the North American Free Trade Agreement. This new agreement consists of 34 chapters, 12 side letters, and it's important to say that the USMCA preserved most of NAFTA's chapters, but it did include one notable change in terms of market access provisions for autos to be phased in as of July of this year. So rules of origin provisions, NAFTA versus USMCA. So to qualify for duty-free access, meaning market access, motor vehicles produced in the signatory countries face more stringent rules of origin provisions under the new agreements. First of all, it's a higher threshold of regional value content, and there's newly imposed labor value content, as well as aluminum and steel requirement contents in the products. So here's the contrast between the two. In terms of regional value content, NAFTA imposed 62.5%. The USMCA opted to 75%.
Region means North America.
Yeah, the region is North America, Mexico, United States, Canada. So that regional perspective is those three countries. The labor value content, LVC, there was no requirement under NAFTA. Under the new agreement, 40% labor value content for passenger vehicles, 45% for light trucks to be produced by workers earning at least $16 an hour. Steel, aluminum requirement content, nothing under NAFTA, 70% under the USMCA, hence the term enhanced, right? So these are more stringent provisions under the new agreement for this particular product category. So in terms of the matter of the 75% regional value content, there's something of particular importance, and it has to do with the following. The USMCA allows automotive producers to determine the RVC of a finished vehicle or truck by relying on any of several calculation methodologies specified in the agreement for calculating that RVC, including what is called the roll-up of originating core parts in the finished vehicle RVC calculation. Those core parts extracted directly from the agreement, you can see it means engines, it means transmissions, and you can see the rest. So those are the core parts that are at issue in terms of this roll-up of originating core parts. Why do I say it's at issue? Because there's actually a dispute between Mexico and Canada on one side and the US on the other in terms of how to interpret that roll-up provision to comply with the 75% RVC. The US provision indicates that RVC calculation and the core parts requirement need to be separate and independent calculations. Bottom line, the finished vehicle has to have RVC of 75%, and the incorporated core parts have to have 75% RVC. Mexico and Canada's interpretation, they are adopting what is allowed, the roll-up of originating core parts in the finished vehicle 75% RVC calculation. So they've argued, therefore, that the US position is not in agreement with Article 3.7 and its relationship with Article 4.5, the roll-up provision of the agreement. So the roll-up does allow the producer to disregard, and I'm in this part, the value of any non-originating inputs used to produce the good when calculating whether the subsequent good, the final good, meets the required RVC threshold. In other words, as long as the final subsequent finished good has that 75% requirement, the core part does not essentially matter. But then Mexico and Canada in this position are essentially saying the US is in violation of the agreement. So because they did try to negotiate and come to an agreement on that interpretation, no agreement was coming forth. The dispute sort of negotiations failed, consultations failed. So Mexico formally, at the beginning of last year, requested a special panel to resolve the dispute, stating the US adopted an incorrect interpretation of the rules of origin, ROO. On January 13th, Canada joined Mexico, said it agreed with that view. The panel decision was expected in September of last year. It shifted to December of last year, and it was officially announced last month. So what was the panel resolution that was revealed in January? The USMCA panel ruled that the US position on how it was interpreting things was inconsistent with the terms of the agreement, meaning the resolution was in favor of Mexico and Canada. The panel agreed with Mexico and Canada that the US was seeking to impose a requirement beyond the scope of the agreement in that interpretation of the rule of provision. It was simply inconsistent. Of course, there's a very lengthy explanation that is very much in legal speak in terms of article this, article that, the panel proving that in its inspection, they did determine that the US was actually violating the agreement in how it was choosing to interpret this. Now, what are the implications of just these stricter enhanced rules of origin provisions? So it's important that at the outset, when these were imposed, the Congressional Budget Office in the US was estimating the following in terms of as a result of these more stringent requirements. They were predicting a decline in duty-free imports of motor vehicles and parts into the United States. They were predicting that that would be replaced either by domestic production or imports subject to duties because they were going to be meeting the RVC requirements, and that those duties were going to represent about $3 billion for the United States. No wonder the United States wanted that interpretation, right, in terms of the more stringent 75% RVC calculation. The USITC in the US simply said these provisions are going to translate into, of course, higher prices for vehicles in the United States and decreased vehicle consumption. Now, what was the reaction in the auto industry in Mexico, auto industry in general, because this is really a worldwide industry that has co-production in different parts of the world. So what was their reaction in terms of how this might impact them? So industry representatives and industry analysts were saying that instead of trying to create a North American product under the very, very stringent RVC calculations for the US interpretation, which was going to be very cumbersome, expensive, it was going to be more cost effective to simply opt to import the product under most favored nation status, which would give the product a 2.5% duty, meaning that that was preferable than the cost that was going to be imposed in trying to comply with the North American content. Now, what about the production shift expected to the US to try and comply with this? Well, we know that direct investment, foreign, any kind of direct investment is quite anchored, it's quite rooted, and it can't just up and go, right? So you can't expect that to all of a sudden uproot itself and shift to the United States. However, the question remains, could over time, with the emphasis being over time, investment plans switch to favor higher US presence versus Mexico and Canada to maintain duty-free treatment and market access? And here I will switch to Spanish there, so please keep me in mind. So here our emphasis switches to what are the implications for Mexico. So here we're trying to now convey the importance of this industry in Mexico for both the US and world economies and ultimately the Mexican economy and the border region. So Mexico's automotive manufacturing industry is in essence the production that takes place in the country by US and other foreign vehicle and auto parts producers. Here's the list of companies under the US. You'll recognize them. Here are the Japanese companies that are represented, the German companies represented, South Korean, and France, although it had stepped away from Mexico for about 20 years, recently announced it's going to re-enter the country with an automotive manufacturing presence. So Mexico right now, because this industry has indeed been thriving and it's not actually the engine of growth for the Mexican economy, it's now Mexico, the second largest light vehicle producer in the world. There's the number of vehicles it produced in 2022, 10% growth in 2021. third largest exporters of vehicles in the world. And there you have the numbers, 63.5 billion, 80% does time to the US market. So you can see where that market access being impeded by that stringent RBC requirement. I'm sorry, I'm out of time.
No, you're fine. That was Patricia, don't ignore it.
phone, just perdón. You're gonna make me switch into Spanish. So 85% does time to the US market. Market access to the US is very important. In the other category of vehicles, medium and heavy trucks, 7 billion, 95% does time to the US market. Mexico is now the fourth largest producer of auto parts in the world. It displaced Germany from that seat not long ago, and it's poised to unseat Japan as the third largest. In 2022, production of auto parts, 101.2 billion, exports almost 84 billion, 72% does time for the US, imports over $62 billion, and 55% almost from the US. So what I'm getting at here is that very tight, intimate relationship between US and Mexico in co-production and export-import relationships. Here's my trend line in new passenger vehicles and light trucks, with the red line being Mexico, which has been increasing in importance, right? This is Mexico and Canada combined. So it kind of surpassed Canada in that role over time, and that's the world, the green one. But obviously the USMCA regional component of this trade is very important for three countries. Here's US exports. This was US imports, US exports. I like to say that a lot of the trade that happens between the US and Mexico, it's in similar products, right? It's basically the same product at different stages of production, right? So you see also quite hefty numbers when it comes to US exports to these countries. Same for auto parts, as I talked about how important it's become in Mexico. And you can see the US imports from Mexico, again, trending up and being the largest component of the USMCA region. Now, just a little more on what it means for Mexico, this industry. Mexico's automotive manufacturing industry, as of last year, it now represents 3% of the country's GDP, up from under 2% in 95, nearly 17% of its manufacturing GDP, from under 10% in 95, and 95 has a significance. This is when NAFTA started, more or less, 94, 95. So now we're in USMCA territory. 22% of manufacturing employment, and more, I like to say almost 1 million workers in Mexico, most of them in the auto parts industry, that second line. Regional distribution, here's the border part. So automotive manufacturers in Mexico are mostly concentrated in Mexico's northern border region and in the central part of the Mexican Republic. I haven't read the names of those border states, Baja California, Sonora, Chihuahua, Coahuila, Nuevo León. Original equipment manufacturers, other parts in Mexico. Auto parts producers, predominantly also in some border states, the ones in red. I won't recite the names. Then heavy duty vehicle manufacturing plants, there's the border again, those states that I've highlighted in red. Of course, I'm not assuming that you know what this border looks like, but here it is. This is the dividing line between the US and Mexico. These are the states that I just kept mentioning. There's 6 states that border the US, the 4 US southern border states. So here's that map of automotive OEM assembly plants in Mexico. So it's quite prevalent throughout the country, but of course, very heavily represented in the northern border states. Here's the auto parts production in Mexico. 51% is taken care of by the northern border region. Those are the states that I've been mentioning. The rest is in that sort of central area. For the border economy, some highlights. So I've shown you the border states. Let me just give you some highlights. For the state of Chihuahua, and that's a state that I'm from in a way, because I'm from the Paso del Norte region, which includes Juarez, Chihuahua. So Chihuahua happens to be the largest automotive industry employer in Mexico. So we already said that it's quite huge in Mexico. The border is quite represented within that piece of the automotive industry. Well, Chihuahua is top in that border region. Juarez, that specific border community, is the top employer within the state via maquiladora manufacturing. And maquiladora manufacturing employment, by the way, is responsible for over 307,000 workers in the city of Juarez, 60% of the city's formal employment, 80% of its manufacturing employment. What I'm trying to get at is that as you narrow your focus to the border in terms of the importance of this automotive industry, it gets higher and higher and higher. So the implications of kind of displacing any of this industry and or maybe not having it thrive as it has been thriving is going to have a much bigger impact the more micro you go. The boom in 2022 in Juarez, there's not even enough workers to fill the positions that are opening up. The expectation is that 15,000 engineers will be needed in the next 5 years. Foxconn will double in size from 12. Foxconn is one of the largest electronics manufacturers in the world, will double from 12 to 25,000 employees. So it doesn't look like the industry is going away. However, the USMCA did kind of throw a wrench there in terms of what might happen to this investment. At the end of 2022, 4 new investments were announced. And I say at the end of 2022, shortly before that ruling came in, right? It was leaked in December 22, officially announced in January, right? So there was a little bit more certainty as to what was happening, going to happen with the interpretation of the USMCA RVC content. So again, there you see heavy investment. They're not insignificant numbers for these communities in terms of the number of jobs generated. Coahuila, one of the other states, it's the largest producer of auto parts in Mexico. And again, just in late 2022, new investment in the production of systems for EVs by one of the top producers in that field. So what are the prospects for Mexico's automotive industry? So the ruling in favor of Mexico and Canada on USMCA RVC dispute consolidates Mexico's attractiveness for use in foreign auto and auto parts producers, provides certainty for long-term investment plans if the settlement is accepted by the US. I say that because the US, Canada, and Mexico have 45 days after January 10th to come to an agreement to see if the US is going to accept the ruling, and if not, Mexico and Canada can retaliate. So hopefully the US will come to terms with that, preserves the industry's clustering and growth within Mexico to include its northern border region. One potential new mega investment announced at the end of 2022, a week after the ruling on the USMCA rules of origin, the Tesla plant, a mega plant that's probably being contemplated for the state of Nuevo León, a border state. Parallel to all this is my final slide, there's the nearshoring trend that's favoring Mexico right now. So the pandemic, we know, along with geopolitical tensions between the US and China, exposed the supply chain vulnerabilities that exist when the US or world industry over depends on Asia for its product and sub-products, right? Nearshoring seeks to eliminate or reduce these vulnerabilities. Mexico surfaces as a natural candidate as a nearshoring investment destination to include its northern border region for the obvious geographical advantage. And I think with that, I'm concluding. I was really going fast, so hopefully I didn't go over time.
No, you didn't at all. Thank you.
So one thing I'd like to add just real quickly, so we get a couple minutes left, is remember that manufacturing automobile industry is considered a key industry in economic development. It has many forward and backward linkages. And you're talking about your center versus peripheral. And this is a center industry, right? And so this is why it's also important for economic development, just not because of the number of jobs, but because of the linkages back and forth into the economy. 15,000 engineers, those people have to be educated. That means a higher education investment that'll have to go on that will then have knock-on effects for other higher education type of educational activities, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I wonder what the revolution in e-vehicles is going to mean for this industry.
Yeah, wow.
That's another question. Let's not get into that now.
That's another paper and another question.
Yeah. Okay, Tamar, our final paper. Tamar Agheli is going to talk about the post-conflict normalization through trade agreement, preferential trade agreements. And here it's the Israel, Jordan, Egypt, and the QIZ. The quiz initiative. Okay.
Hi, everyone. So I think the order of the presentations was really very very good because I did something wrong here. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't seem to see my, oh, there, I got it, okay. I don't know, the thing is not working.
Your slides are not moving?
It's not moving when I do that, right? It's up there, but it's not moving here.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Okay, I'll just do the one by one.
Okay.
Okay, so,
I don't know if I help.
sorry, it's stuck again. I'm gonna close it down.
Start up again.
Start it up again. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, so the qualified industrial zones, essentially I'm taking your question about how to design a trade agreement, but for an additional goal of normalizing relations in a post-conflict environment. So beyond the issue of trade and of economic interest, we can add the political focus. So I'm talking about two sets, Israel-Egypt and Israel-Jordan. Both of them areas of, in both sets, Israel and Jordan and Israel and Egypt both have peace treaties, Israel-Egypt as of 1979, Israel-Jordan as of 1994, but there is some instability in the political relations and significant economic disparity. So that's like the context for this trade agreement, which I will represent. This period of the post-conflict environment, it's a transitional period. It's viewed as a window of opportunity. Let's make the most of it. Let's try and really make the peace rather than only a diplomatic agreement, something that the people on the ground can actually feel. And that is the notion of interdependence through trade. And theoretically, I'm not going to go too deep into this. There are different views on this. On the one hand, binding commercial liberalism, let's all make money together and then we'll all be for peace and normalization and we'll make friends. And this is the new Middle East, the sort of vision. And in a realistic view, maybe trade could emphasize power disparities, economic disparities, amplify conflicting interests, and asymmetric partnerships, as in our presentation before, do not always bring about the best of dialogue and relations. So there are different ways that we could look at this in political theory. And so there's really no consensus regarding how commerce and trade might affect conflict and peace. You can look at short-term and long-term, and as I said, I'm not going to get too deep into this. It's really unclear, is it even for those who focus on the value of trade in instilling peaceful relations, or normalized relations, is it just the essence, the existence of trade? Or maybe there are additional factors, for example, removal of protective barriers, fairness, democratic regimes, expectations, all sorts of combinations between them all. So just trade as an on-off, is there trade or isn't there trade, is not enough to explain whether relations are going to be improved. So, and I think that in different presentations that were today, even in this session, we saw that it doesn't always go only in one direction, in a positive direction. So what is the quiz? The quiz it's a contract of qualified industrial zones. And this is actually an amendment to the United States-Israel Free Trade Agreement area of 1985. And an interesting thing happened. In 1985, Israel and the United States signed a free trade agreement. And in 1994, Israel and Jordan signed a peace treaty. And yet there was no incentive for Israel and Jordan to manufacture together because the free trade agreement was limited to Israel. So this was sort of like an extension of the duty-free and quota-free that Israel from purely Israel to its borders with Israel, with Egypt, Jordan, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip, but significantly to designated border areas between Israel and its peace partners. So the United States essentially took an existing agreement from 1985 and said, okay, let's use this free trade agreement in order to embed peace in economics, in trade, and allow Israel's peace partners to enjoy the free trade agreement, not everywhere, but in designated border areas. And we'll see that this little bit was actually discarded from the start. So this was really a political, economic sort of mix, and it was intended as for its political benefit. It was proposed as a solution to a problem, as I said before. Anything cooperated between Israelis wanted to begin to manufacture in Jordan, and yet they would lose their free trade status. And that was in Jordan. In Egypt, it took a while. The peace treaty was in 1979. In 2004, Egypt was facing the phasing out of the multi-fiber agreement, which is a framework for textile export, which allowed also free trade from textile from Egypt to the United States. So Egypt was not interested in the quiz until 2004, even though its peace treaty was earlier in 1979. And for the United States, this was some alternative to signing a free trade agreement with with Israel's peace partners, but rather sort of giving them like a carrot. You want free trade with the United States? Fine, let's do it with Israel. Okay? So again, there were rules of origin. You did that for me. And it was supposed to have 35% to be of local content, 11.7% from Israel, 11.7% of an Arab partner, and the remainder from any combination of these partners. It was eventually lowered. Israeli content was considered expensive, especially for textile. So Israel found itself like exporting, I don't know, zippers or cartons and things like that. And these things, Jordan and Egypt could get for cheaper. So they pressured the United States and Israel to agree, and Israel agreed to lower its content to 8%. So it's Israel, and the value was to be achieved through many things, but essentially the quiz were located both in Jordan and in Egypt, not in Israel. And so the labor was essentially there. The motivations for the United States, the economic goals, as I said, were secondary to the political goal. In Israel, I would say also the economic goal, Jordan was not considered a huge economic partner, significant partner. I personally heard the Jordanian business people very disappointed that the quiz is mostly textile. And they said, we don't want to be your third world partner. We want it let's do this in computer programs. Let's do this in a higher level. But this involved something that apparently the partners were not ready for. So for Israel, normalization through neighborly relations was also the major incentive rather than economic prospects. Of course, access to Arab markets and low-cost Arab labor, okay, low-cost relatively to Israel. Okay, in Israel, there's not a lot of textile production left in Israel, just like in many Western countries. And many of these, as you said, instead of going to Asia, let's move to Jordan. Okay, and as for Jordan and Egypt, they also had different diverse motivations. For Jordan, in 1996, it was implemented in Jordan, the quiz, and the motivation was immediate benefit to United States markets, again, free without tax, and the training, exposure to international standards, attraction of FDI, and for Egypt, as I said before, mainly the phasing out of the multi-fiber agreement, okay? As in addition to deepening and raising the level of industry, which I think both sides eventually were disappointed with, okay, because the quiz remained mainly in textile and it did not pan out in the expectations for improving and elevating all these benefits, okay? I'm analyzing a short period, 1994 to 2014, just to show you the comparison between Israel, Jordan, and Egypt in terms of unemployment or average monthly wage. And you can see that partnership, it's not clear, okay? The partnership is very, very imbalanced in both cases, Israel, Jordan, and Israel, Egypt. And remember what we said before, it's not clear that in cases of deep asymmetry that all the benefits will be exactly as envisioned. So we'll go a little bit into each cases for as much time as we have. In 1994, we signed the peace treaty and everyone had expectations that this is going to be the new Middle East and we're going to make a lot of money together and be great partners. In 1994, you can see the expectation and yet fear of maybe some sort of a dominance of Israel. The original intent, as I said before, according to the agreement, it should have been the quiz was to be located on border areas and for a purpose, in order so that people will meet each other crossing the border and there'll be people-to-people interaction, which will actually contribute to the political goal of the quiz. But in reality, the first quiz was in the city of Irbid, 32 kilometers from the border. And the joke says that when King Hussein went to the United States to lobby for this, he said, what's the difference between the border, Irbid and Washington, D.C. and the border in Washington, D.C., 32 kilometers is nothing. But it actually 32 kilometers is the difference between Israelis and Jordanians meeting each other every day at the factory or not. And it turned out that Irbid was already an industrial center, and it just allowed immediate implementation, and the United States agreed, and that was it. There were hardly any border quiz from there on. And the interpersonal contact, I've spoken to ministers both in Jordan and in Israel. This is all done through fax. Now it's done through email. And there's very little, maybe a little QA, you know, as Israelis go to the qualified industrial zones and they sign something, but this is not a interpersonal, there's not a great interpersonal benefit here. In terms of the economic impact, there was. Okay, you can see that in the Jordan-Israel quiz, which were all in Jordan, all the quiz sites were in Jordan. You can see how exports, Jordanian, Israeli exports grew, and Israel-Jordan exports grew also. And yet we can, okay, as you can see, from Jordan to Israel, the exports grow from 5 million, and here also significantly from Israel to Jordan in terms of value. And in terms of, the problem is that there was very little Jordan added value and very, very little labor. You can see this, look what happened. The quiz turned out to be alternative for Southeast Asian companies, and they invested heavily in the quiz, and they decided to bring their own laborers. So you can see that 75% of the quiz workers were not even Jordanian. Jordan allowed thousands of Asian workers to come and work in the quiz. So you can see that there was no possibility, there was no potential for person-to-person interaction, people-to-people interaction, because the people were not Jordanian, and this became dominated. Okay, so Jordanians made money on this. It was highly profitable, but there was none of the political potential was hardly any political potential was panned out. Okay, so Jordan obviously improved its deficit in its trade deficit, but it was a disappointment, and there was very, very little spillover into Jordanian industry in general or into improved any Jordanian perception of Israel and interacting with Israel and the legitimacy of Israel as a peace partner, as a trade partner, none of that panned out. Okay, and then in 2008, Jordan and the United States signed a free trade agreement, and that was the end of the quiz. Okay, because the minute Jordan had an alternative to export free trade to the United States without the quiz, there was no point in limiting itself to inside the quiz, and that was the end of that. Okay, so the policy, in terms of policy outcomes, there was very little trade diversification, industrial diversification. It was mostly for low-tech companies. There was wide disappointment with that. The Jordanian government strategy expanded. The Jordanians expanded. There were eventually 13 quiz sites, but there was very little. There was nothing about this in the news. There was no confrontation of anti-normalization campaigns within Jordan. So essentially, the Jordanian on the street did not know that all of this improved economic the export and the employment was due to Israel-Jordan cooperation, because the Israeli content was essentially hidden. And in terms of the relations today, this is how it remains: minimum political or civilian dialogue. There is significant cooperation, as I said before in the session just now, and there's no more quiz. But still, Jordan and Israel cooperate in many areas in a sort of hush-hush way. Jordan exports through Haifa since Syria, since the Syrian port is off the no possibility anymore. And the relations are are pretty stable, and they're sound in terms of the shared interests. But just like with the quiz pattern, no one internally within Jordan, people don't really know. Okay, in terms of Israel-Egypt relations, so again, we have sort of like a cold peace since the 1979 relations, and the quiz was not interesting to Egypt until 2004 with the phasing out of the MFA. In 2004, the quiz was urgently implemented in order to save the textile industry, which was losing its multi-fabric agreement, which was phasing out. And in Egypt, there were no border locations. I'll just say that between Israel and Egypt, there are no, the border is not populated. So there's no possibility for textile industry on the border. And so right away, the quiz was focused in the existing cities in Egypt, very far from Israel. So again, very little potential for Israel-Egyptian dialogue through the quiz. The quiz was, for Egypt, it served many interests, but it was also criticized because maybe with the phasing out of the multi-fiber agreement, we should have seen some structural economic reform instead of just running to the quiz to let's continue with the textile through the quiz, instead of trying to see how we can actually elevate Egyptian industry to a stronger basis. So the Egypt-Israel quiz, again, many hundreds of thousands of jobs, mostly in textile, foreign investment. It does improve, obviously, the textile export, and yet very little diversification. And general disappointment with any spillover potential into the economic. Okay, in terms of the impact on trade, you can see it does have an impact on Israel-Egypt trade, and there is maybe some positive. You can see that there are economic relationships, trade relationships, which are stemmed through the quiz. But again, if you would go to a quiz site in Egypt, you would not see Israel-Egypt flags. It looks like a regular industrial site. It you would work there and you wouldn't know that your job is based on this special trade agreement that has Israel in the picture. Okay? So, and there is, again, just like in Egypt, there's a voiced opposition. Israel's input is considered expensive. And people see it as some sort of an exploitation. They don't understand that the Israeli market is just that much more expensive. So Israel is blamed as manipulating the quiz, even though its input is barely 8%. There's criticism that very few companies dominate the quiz, and it doesn't trickle down to the average person. And I'm almost finished. And so in the context of the general picture of Israel-Egypt relations, there's very little interpersonal contact, as I said, very little visibility of Israel, and the quiz achievements are almost hidden from the public. So just to end this, in both cases, both Israel, Jordan, and Israel, Egypt, we have a minimal realization of the potential of the quiz potential and obfuscation of its achievements. And then we have a loop, a vicious cycle. Okay, when we hide the Israeli political, Israeli-Egyptian, Israeli-Jordanian political goal, and you do have the achievements, but they're not politically announced. They're not announced as politically associated with any cooperation with Israel. So the fruits of peace of both Israel, Jordan, and Israel, Egypt peace treaties are very disappointing to the public simply because they do not know about these projects. Okay, so as I said, and I think that should be enough. Okay, so I see it as sort of like money on the table, anticipated economic and political goals left unrealized. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we had 4 papers that in many ways interlinked. I mean, we're really talking about impacts of globalization, and it's not that straightforward at all. It seems to be a very, very disjointed process that keeps recreating asymmetries, and but at the same time also has certain potential for development. But there's always the problem of political context, cultural context that might be intervening. And so I think we have nice food for thought here. So open up the panel here for any questions or any comments. Both of those from.
I'll start.
Sure.
Tomas will just start. So I was struck by the commonalities of our 2 papers.
Yes, I was too.
And if you look at the U.S.-Mexico border region economic development, it dates back to the 1970s, the maquila industry, where it had very strict rules on imports and exports and content. And you had sometimes it's called the inbound trade because you had to import the product from the United States and immediately export it after assembly. And it was based basically on assembly. And that slowly grew and then became NAFTA, and now is USMCA. And we're talking a 50-year process and to get where we're at now, but now it's a key element in economic development in Mexico, key source of high-paying jobs in Mexico. But you have a lot more complication with your situation politically than we face.
I think the goals were different to begin with.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So I have a follow-up question. So you said that has not been a media campaign or a publicizing of the fact of what were these goals to begin with in order to embrace whatever fruits there are economically as a part of the coming together in the peace process, right? So that's deliberate then.
No, of course.
They do not want to announce that because they want to keep that distance because
there's public opposition.
The animosity is that strong.
That's right.
Okay.
And I would say what's disappointing is that how quickly Israel agreed to lower its input from 11 to 8%. That demonstrates to us how Israel did not see this as any economic potential for itself. It's like throwing some crumbs to its neighbors and saying, okay, let them enjoy the peace treaty, but our real business will do elsewhere. And I think that's also an issue, because if this would have been built up to something that was very, very profitable for Israel, then Israel would have maybe worked harder at making it visible and training and having this interpersonal potential fed out.
Very interesting. I think it also illustrates the importance of backward and forward linkages in the economy for economic development.
I would have a question to Malika about your work, because it's a region I know absolutely nothing about, but it's actually not that far away. And it's about the you know the Kurdish also the situation of the Kurdish populations, which you know in Turkey is politically very, very strained, especially with Mr. Erdogan as the president who has somehow an obsessive fear of Kurdistan, this idea of like, you know, and how is the interrelationship between Kurds on both sides of that border? Is it very restrictive, or is there a lot of interaction that you see happening between communities on both sides of the border, or does the border really kind of limit the kind of, let's say, maybe economic networks developing or social cultural networks?
And the Kurdish issue is a very complicated issue in the world. I think not just every nation state, but internationally it's very complicated, as you see in the news. But it's very depending which border we are talking about, because the Kurds mostly inhabitant in the 4 different nation states border area. So Syria, Iraq, Iran, and Turkey. And the majority of Kurds live in the Turkish part. But for me, for my field research, I concentrated on the between Iran and Turkey. And so it's really depending on the relation of Iran and Turkey. And at the same time, and the extent and degree of these 2 nation states incorporation into capitalist economy, meaning this is the very directly affect the how government policy affects the local societies living their territorial borders. So the place I am studying now, I think there is no, in the global economy, there is no the place without changing, thinking the capitalist economy incorporation all over the regions, but in the Middle East regions, always restricted. Of course, with very different political actors like the PKK and the political Kurdish movements. And even if the strict borders, of course, lots of border movements happening. And like the border trade, smuggling, drug smuggling, things like that. But my point is to emphasizing on the transformation, the local societies, even if they live very, very close to each other because of the border.
Yeah.
So it's, I think, inevitable to not being unchanged.
So maybe moving apart?
Sorry?
Moving apart from each other?
Moving apart, yeah, and they are changing because of the urbanization, schooling, and healthcare, instruction, and transport. The centralization of nation states is very strong, depending on the capital accumulation, concentration of capital accumulation, because the Turkish government and Iranian government has centralization of capital accumulation regarding the international trades. But the different thing is the government implementation inside. The Turkish side is more developed compared with Iran. So that's why the Kurds living in the Turkey changing very quickly. So that's the point. The process itself is very important, not just every nation state's implementation. The process of incorporation is very, very important, I think. And the outcomes of my field research, it's about to finish before New Year. So it shows me, even if they live very together, and they are very differentiate each other in terms of language, in terms of clothes, Kurdish clothes and speaking Kurdish language in their daily lives, and on Iranian side they speak Kurdish with third generation, but on the Turkish side they don't, because maybe it prevents them to be integrated into system. And it doesn't mean the coercive forces, it's the manufacturing consent, thinking all nation states in the capitalist economy, I think. So that's the point I want to say.
And then I have one question for Eilat. I mean, you guys make a very good point about the kind of trap that believing in this FDI-driven development represented for, let's say, Central European countries that are going through this post-socialist transformation, or maybe they assume too much that would come their way by just following certain rules. I don't want to paint that it's not all bad, but what kind of strategies do you think, for example, a country like Hungary could implement to maybe reduce its level of dependency, for example, on the German manufacturing economy? The German, has which is exported a lot of that to Central Europe. What kind of strategies might be developed by the smaller countries like Hungary, like Slovakia, to kind of have a stronger and endogenous input, maybe greater wealth? What do you think could be done?
Yes, I think the problem is the education and the weaknesses of the institution and society, because the transition was bad. Privatization, sell the working socialist factories, and the collapse of the industry. So in this transition, we get the financial capital, and so now Viktor Orbán is a very populous prime minister, and he has good aspects of this integration, but he speaks not this political language. The border fence, and the relations. We are too small, and the borders are open. You can study in Western Europe. You can do business in Western Europe. While you remain in Hungary. For go to conference, I spent half monthly page. So it's ridiculous, and they don't want to higher level education system. That is the problem, because they don't want to thinking persons, only these employers, low wages, factories, and they do 100% export with 97% of import. So the value added is very small, and I think Ukraine and Romania and other countries in the eastern or southern part of Europe do better this.
No, I think that was a good point. So institutional development, education, your resource, your here develop. Yeah. And this is something that I think probably has been neglected too much. Any points to be made? Questions? Very interesting stuff here.
I have one question for colleagues from the New Mexico State University. What do you think? Will any change because of climate change and this green transition? Because this globalization period is in the second step after the coronavirus, the pandemic period. Not a whole global system will be strength, regional integration will be strength, and maybe compete from the others. Or
His serious environmental, so
Yeah, it's environmental.
one of his areas.
Or environmental issues are sort of, but yeah, the answer to your question is if you go to trade group shows, you go to meeting with business people and you're in those meetings, all you hear is reshoring, nearshoring, bringing things back from China, being more competitive with China. Because Mexico in China, if you look at when Mexico, because remember NAFTA was in place when China ascended to the world
Trade organization.
Yeah, trade organization, World Trade Organization, and WTO. And when they ascended the WTO, they then got most favored nation status, which is a weird name since every nation has that status. And that resulted in their ability to export to the United States dramatically increased. And you could see where China was exporting to the United States, Mexico's imports fell. And where China was not exporting to the United States, Mexico maintained its same level of exports. Now that's not as clear in the record now because both industries have evolved and they're not quite as, and so we don't know what Mexico would have been doing today without China. But Mexico looks at that experience, or at least the business people on the border look at that experience and they say, you know, not it's time, we've got this chance now to exploit this nearshoring and capture back market share that we lost. But as Lucinda pointed out, and is obvious, foreign direct investment in general does not move that quickly. It can't move that quickly because you can't pick up a factory in China and put it on a ship and send it somewhere else very easily. Apple famously, the president of Apple, whose name escapes me right now, had dinner with Trump, and Trump said, well, now they've got these tariffs, how long is it going to take you to start manufacturing? Because remember, they had US imposed tariffs on China. How long is it going to take you to manufacture Apple iPhones in the United States? And he said, we will never manufacture Apple iPhones in the United States because of the supply chain issues. It will never happen. And it hasn't, and it won't. Yeah.
Also, just to your point, if you're talking about sort of the green angle of manufacturing, if that's where you were getting at.
This is green transition process in
Yes.
producing vehicles or with digitalization.
What's interesting is that there's an area in our region, the Santa Teresa, San Jeronimo region, Chihuahua, New Mexico, where there's this huge sort of tracts of land that are being contemplated to do a think outside the box and do a development and manufacturing, but with green standards, so to speak, and thereby attract the newer wave of industry that wants to contemplate those ways of manufacturing, but still have the advantages, the typical advantages that the other foreign direct investment has had, but now with these industrial parks that are set up with the green technologies and the green energy sources and whatnot. So that's being contemplated as an ambitious, and it's being contemplated ideally as a binational kind of a development. So we'll see if it happens. People think that it's too idyllic to happen, but it's on the minds of people. It's on the minds.
Good. If not, free to go.
Let's thank.
Should be some coffee downstairs or something. Some extra time because we're very good on time. We're very disciplined.
Are your papers going to be available? Okay, and I can just Google it. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for your very interesting talk.
Thank you.
Thank you. I really like it.
I have to read more of it.
This is a Kurdish person, he's very active in the Kurdish nationalist movement. Yeah, Jamal, of course, he's not here, he's a person in my department. Jamal Mempusi. No, EZRI. But, well, he's active. I think his activity is mainly associated with the people who are Kurdish, because there's, I mean, it's not a large group, but there's 20 or 30 people in our community that are Kurdish. Yeah, and of course, he's also Iranian rather than Turkish or Syrian. Yeah. That's very interesting.
I'm from the region. I have been studying now.
Yes.
I was born there, so
Yes.
that's why it's the motivating point to
Yeah.
study that.
Yes, of course.
It's true. It's very good point of view to look at them again and again. So
Yes.
to understand the social transformation then.
Exactly, I enjoyed your paper very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Where'd my wife go?
I enjoyed your paper. Is it
Escaping.
published? Can I get it somewhere? Because I always have liked to compare the relationship between the transition economies and the hegemonic sort of economies versus the US-Mexico border, the relationship
Yeah,
there. Is it
exactly.
available? Is your paper available? Or is it to be
No,
published, or-
only the manuscript, because
Okay,
we have
so-
to revise.
Okay,
So,
I'll look for it then.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe
Excellent.
in this, yeah.
Because I want to take my time a little bit more with everything you had to say, so thank you very much. It was great. Is that yours? No.
No, maybe the university's laptop.
Yeah, I'm done. I don't.
on the box?
Maybe on the first.
Where is the box that we will sit beyond it? I chose this chair. It was too narrow, I don't know. Only for.
First table.
It's good it is before dinner. I can sit.
Yeah, but I'm already super full. I'm eating since 2 days without interruption, actually. Breakfast, coffee, coffee, lunch.
What was your for lunch today?
What I had.
What did they serve?
You weren't here for lunch?
No.
Oh, a lot of stuff like yesterday, but there were some different options for the second meal.
With chicken and salads and everything.
Chicken, yeah, like yesterday.
Wow.
It wasn't like a welcome lunch. Every day is like that.
So what will be for dinner? What will they serve? I don't know.
I'm definitely not hungry. But
No, you have another 2 hours.
I will eat anyway because I.
It's free. You paid already. It's not free. It means that you paid already.
Fabrizio is connecting. Fabrizio Eva. Do you know him? He's a great joke.
Did you try to find the art piece in Lampedusa, which I told you?
The
arch.
I know that. That's Paladino. Paladino è la porta d'Europa. The Europe store.
Hello again. I take this picture. I teach it when I teach immigration.
Yeah, that's a great symbol.
And the next picture is like Lampedusa, like the nice tourist lying on the beach, and the immigrants just crossing.
Oh, that's a crazy place.
I've never been there.
No, me too. No, yeah.
I know.
But, it's not that.
It is too close to Libya. I don't think.
Fabrizio.
Hi, Annelore, I'm here. I don't hear you. Microphone.
Mi senti?
Yeah, sì, bene.
But if I put the mic like this, there's an echo.
I don't know. 1, 2, 3, prova. 1, 2, 3, prova.
Curru. Stai.
No.
Okay, I will go and look.
Okay, no more noise. No more noise. Noise.
Yes.
Should we try to share the screen? Okay, I'll do it. I'm going to do it. No, but now I'm not habilitated to do it. Why you don't activate your microphone? Because there is there a noise? Okay.
Okay, Fabrizio.
Fabrizio, you can share. He's on mute. Fabrizio?
Unmute.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
Fabrizio, can you hear us?
Unmute. You have to unmute. You are muted.
Okay. Okay.
Tutto bene. We see you.
I start from, I click off from the first one.
Just a second. We need to.
There is a little bit of a mess. Yeah.
Are you able to see my presentation now? Yeah.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Okay. Now we can see everything. Take it here.
We can see that you started screen sharing, but that the screen is live. Can you put your can you share your PowerPoint? Because for the moment we are sharing your screen, but not your PowerPoint.
Did you get my message? Yeah, thank you.
I see that it is in pause, but I don't know how.
Try to share the screen once again.
Sorry, no, because now no, I have to the screen is has enlarged, and so I try to reduce it in some way.
Okay.
Actually, I cannot find. No.
You can also do a restart to the computer. We will wait for your reconnection.
Excuse me?
You can wait if you wanna do a restart to your PC.
Okay.
Begins at 5 sharp.
I'm back.
Hi, Fabrizio.
Now, hi.
You try and share the screen again.
Okay.
I don't know.
Cats. Cats.
We can still hear you, Fabrizio.
A little while. Wait for a while.
It's good that we have time.
No, I have to go back because By mistake, I closed my PowerPoint presentation, and so I have to go back.
Okay.
Go ahead, we have
No,
time.
no,
Sure.
okay, now I found it.
Good.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Wait, because now I want to do exactly the presentation, because the mistake from the beginning. How is the situation? Can you see? No, you see?
Can you, in the share menu, can you select the screen that is enlarged? When you select the screen to present, to share, you can.
But I cannot find the the menu of the screen menu. This one, that's why.
The sharing menu.
I don't find it.
Just a second. You can try, enter Zoom. Fabrizio, do you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, but.
And, press share screen again, and then you can check a different screen for the presentation.
Have a dual screen?
Fabrizio, do you have two screens or one?
Unfortunately, I'm not able. Maybe it's better that I don't move from the presentation with on the side, on the left side, all the slides. I can remain in this condition and not to move to the presentation.
It is a good idea, Fabrizio. You put your slides big, and that will be very fun and see the text very well.
No, probably it is my computer. I am still have a Windows 7, and sometime he did this in the sense that when I move enlarge the screen, and I'm no more able to find all the menu because they are outside the screen. That's why.
Okay. Okay. We hear you. We see you. Can you see me when I'm talking here?
What, Windows 7?
Yeah.
Can you see me? This is where the speaker will be.
We thought about Zoom in 2007.
Yes, now? Can you see me?
Fabrizio can send. But it is good for the environment.
Okay, Fabrizio? Maybe also you can send it to us.
It is forbidden like a train station. During the day she's working at the airport. It is forbidden to smoke.
It should remain in the border spirit, like airports.
For sure she was chosen carefully.
Is the camera set to see people here? Because there was somebody yesterday who told me that they couldn't see the person who was.
Yeah, we're fixing it. It's supposed to be from here until the end of the table.
Okay.
So you should see everyone. Okay.
It's not there for you. No, let's just. Good that there was a tell about us that we choose every time the session. This is the camera. No, there are 200 people downstairs and whenever I enter the. Only our session.
We're full book.
Maybe a bit to the down.
But I think the less crowded ones are the best ones, because you can have a easier chat and it becomes.
Hello everybody, we're trying to get tonight in order, so everyone can either sit on the couches and or outside, we would really appreciate it. I need to bring in all the festivities for tonight, so please either outside and or on the couches, I am closing the coffee area, thank you. So they're taking out chair of the.
מחרתם בשאר החדרים? הסתכלת? טוב,
No, just for the people listening, she doesn't know that it's. No, people are sitting there. She asked them just to. They told me that they are planning like
Listen, can you unmute?
Yes, I hear you.
Why we hear you too.
Would you like to send your presentation to email? I'll download it. Present it from the class, from this room. Or you want to try it once again?
Maybe can we try once again? Otherwise, which one email account should I use?
Send you my email on chat, by chat, Zoom chat.
But I try again. Sorry. So visto. Galleria, registrazione.
But I think it's fine if you don't put the presentation.
I try again.
Yes, please.
Okay, we are able to see. Can stay.
It's pretty good, Fabrizio.
So yes, okay, but I unfortunately for me now I try to because I put on my presentation the text. The mostly part of the text that I'm going to read. I try also to give some movement from the text, but unfortunately,
I think you don't have to put it on full screen. Just
okay. Yes, okay, that's right.
It's very big here on the screen, so it's pretty good.
Okay.
So okay,
you can continue.
We can do it nicely. Okay. I think we can begin the session. Perfect. I said I had to just this and there. Okay, so I think we can begin the session. Welcome to this TD6 session, Thinking Beyond the Box, Alternative Understanding. Title that I did not invent, but I'm happy to represent and represent the ABS committee here and share the session. I am Anne-Laure Amilazari from the University of Grenoble in France, and I will be presenting something tomorrow and also, not tomorrow, Thursday, one of the representation keynotes. And also we have a panel on border culture that is the title of a book that was just released and that Victor Conrad and myself wrote over the past years, and that just came out. There we go, all the alternative people are here. That's really nice. So I'm very happy to host in this session 4 outstanding scholars from all over the world. So we will have Vishal Mohanty from the University of Delhi, India, who will be the first speaker. Then Olga Dorokina from Georgia, Caucasus International University, Angelos Evangelou from the University of Athens in Greece, and Fabrizio Eva, who's an independent scholar from Milan, Italy, and who is online with us. So
I've asked every one of you to prepare more 15-minute presentation than a 20, but I know that this is the way to have proper 20-minute presentations. And we'll have time for questions, and I will also, of course, be the timekeeper. So we will begin with I'm sorry if I pronounce this, but Mohanty, who's an associate professor of the political science department at the Bandhu College, University of Delhi. He works on election studies and the border and migration studies, and he's presenting a very interesting case of geographies of the development and ecological border, understanding terrain of resistance. He understands you will see border embedded and belonging to space, and that will base himself on a case study which is an environmental fight concerning a very big foreign investment and in the steel industry, and the way the plant was affected the territory in the district of Odisha in India, and the people resisted. So Vishwanti, the floor is yours. You will sit somewhere now.
Thank you. My presentation is on geographies of development and ecologic border, understanding terrains of resistance. I started with when I was doing my field work in Odisha, which has this development projects initiated by the state government, private and industries, but people have been resisting this industry. And why are they resisting this industry? What are the reasons behind it? Because industry will bring some kind of development to them. But why are they resisting it? What are the reasons behind it? This is one reason why I started this, what is called geographies of development, because development is a concept that brings about a kind of territorial expansion of a particular kind of development to the underdeveloped world or underdeveloped regions. So why people are resisting? This is number one. Number two is, why did I choose this? Is because we constantly talk about border within us, right? So wherever we go, we carry border with us. So why do we carry border with us? What is this concept of border that we are carrying with us, right? So starting from these two puzzles, I am talking about this alternative conception of border. So as you know that these are the ways through which border has been defined so far in borderland studies. What is the link between them is that it is basically talking about the power relationship of power and rule. This is the basic thing. That means the territory is tied to a state of authority, national state territory, whereas the territory is conceptualized as capability with embedded logic of power and claim making. So that connects all these borders, right? Definition of borders. But is it the only definition that we can talk about? Or there are alternative ways of talking border where we can relate ourselves to those border and carry border within us. How do we understand that? So from that theoretical understanding, I am talking about an alternative conception of border. I'm relating it to the other aspects of what is called globalization, development, and our day-to-day activities. So I start from there. So what is that alternative definition of border that I'm talking about? So we're talking about alternative definition of border. What I'm talking about is what is called that can you de-border territory, as Saskia Sassing talks about, or the political theorists, they analyze territory, they categorize in itself. And the critical geographers use importance of affective relationship rather than power relationship. So it is here this affective relationship that I'm talking about. It's not always the power relationship that we engage in to create border and have border within us. It's affective relationship that I am talking about. And so that is why the alternative border conception is coming out here. So there are two conceptions that I'm talking about. One is talking about, if we talk about Perkins, he's talking about vernacularization of border. But I'm talking about vernacular border. There is a conceptual difference between the two. When talking about vernacularization of border, that means these are the four aspects of vernacularization of border, because this vernacularization of border is talking about power relationship and how that top-down model is coming down. From the state-centric border, it's coming down to all these areas. Say, whether it is a post office, or it is your visa office, or it is airport. So that is getting vernacularized. The state-centric thing is getting vernacularized into the local level. But I'm not talking about that. When it's talking about the vernacularization of border, that means we're talking about these four changes. What are they? Border are found everywhere. A second change is the polysemic meaning of border. Third is the change of location of the border, where you have all these areas, municipalities, and all areas. And fourth is that development of mechanism that controls the mobility rather than territory. So vernacularization of border is talking about all these four, but I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about the vernacular border, which is there placed in the state, within that local territory. So that is what my conception of border differs from what is called vernacularization of border. So here, when talking about border, I'm talking about how border is embedded in what is called the belongingness to the place. This is a local Oriya word, Vitamati. So this conception of Vitamati, which is a local conception, that I am talking about here. So when I'm talking about vernacular border, so what is that I'm talking about is the bordering practice based on affective and emotive rather than coercive relation among the individuals and communities. So the vernacular border is talking about coercion. But here, the vernacular border, vernacularization of border is talking about coercion, but vernacular border is not talking about coercion. It is talking about what is called the affective relationship or emotive relationship. That is why you say that is the social fact of life, which is embedded within us. It's embedded within us, and it has the characteristic of controlling the mobility of inhabitants, but not a physically coercive practice. When talking about vernacularization of border, there is a coercion. They can stop you. They stop your mobility. Here, we can stop our mobility, but that is not coercive. So we can just, depending on our will, we can move around or we may not. Right? So that is the difference that I'm talking about. And this emotive and affective comes from the relation of surrounding environment with the spatiality of the life world, where we live. So it creates a border for us. We are embedded in that place. And that is what the concept of Vitamati is called. And that is what I argue, is that border is lived rather than constructed. The affective relationship is an offshoot of place-making activity by the community, where the role of environment is discernibly more important in formation and existence of the border. So that is where my connection with the local and the environment, place and environment, they are coming into picture. So that is what I am talking about, what is called ecologic border. So I'm defining not ecological, but I'm talking about ecologic border. So here my presentation is different from, so that's the question arises. How does subjectivity and emotional attachment to place happen? Is it automatic or it is mediated through a process? Or what is the principal factor that generates emotions? So these are the three questions that automatically comes when we're talking about place and environment and our relationship embedded within that environment. And that is how the border is embedded within us. So these are three questions that comes about, and I'm trying to answer it. And I'm trying to relate this to the whole question I have conceptualized something called the border of resistance. So how this ecological border or a sense of place is creating a condition that creates a border of resistance that resists the development paradigm and globalization as a whole. And that is where the resistance is coming from people to oppose some kind of border which is expanding itself through the process of development. So that is where my thing is placed. So here we're talking the ecological border or sense of place. That means place, which is a mundane fact of our life, where we enact our lives. It has a deeper significance for a human being. And there exists a deep relationship of place human beings, without which human existence is not possible. So it is a pre-scientific fact of life when we're talking about place. And human beings, they immerse in place, and it generates a sense of place, a subjective feeling about the place, a place of attachment and rootedness. It provides a sense of control within a limited space and becomes a metaphor for place in general. This I am quoting from Creswell, who is a phenomenologist, and who is talking about place and your relationship with that. But it's not the end of it. How environment is also becomes part of it. It's not just place. It's also the environment that is also part of your sense of place. Otherwise, you are out of touch with your sense of place. So how does that come about? Here comes the whole question of relational epistemology and memoric knowledge. How we interact with environment. Yes, I'll finish in 10 minutes. I have very small slides. I'll do it. Yeah. So when talking about relational epistemology and memoric knowledge, these are the two concepts that creates a kind of relationship. Because when talking about emotions, that takes an important place in building relationship. But emotions do not operate through social relation, but primarily in ecological relations. It is a relation between ecological self and interpersonal self. The interaction which develops within the given environment provides the case for personhood of ourselves and other such persons. And this personhood provides relational epistemology, that is responsive relatedness, where the human and non-human beings in our living environment are actively related to us. We are actively engaged with them. So it's not just we, it's the whole environment that have a we have relationship to the entire environment, whether it is plants, whether it is animals, whether it is anyone. So difference between ecological border and the state-centric border is that there is fixity as well as relationality attached to ecological border. And ecological borders and territories are internalized through memoric knowledge. What is this memoric knowledge? Memoric knowledge is that derived from individual experience and unmodified by any shared experience of formal education or ideological compulsions. It comes from within. I'll give one example through which you can understand. Now, when I was doing my field work, I just went to the people who have been displaced. And I was speaking to one woman, and she said that is the tree where my son was born when I was running away from police. Right? So that place, that tree, that reminds her a sense of place, that I belong to that place. So that is what is called memoric knowledge. And that memoric knowledge is within all of us. We remember something because we are part of that place. We have met someone there, right? So that is what the memoric knowledge is all about. So that is where we talk about. Thus, human beings and place, they have deep memories and location, visuality, sense of community, and a value involved in establishing an attachment to the place together on the ecological border. So this is what I have called ecological border, but we can discuss this subsequently. Now comes the problem. The problem is there is development and there are hierarchies and there are borders. So how do we relate that ecological border to this whole process of development? Can we? So here comes the interesting part. So what talking about developing a border, they crisscross like double helix structure with multiple curvilinear and interconnected trajectories, sometimes intersecting and distancing from each other. And the formation process are plural, involving several agents and contingencies of transformative factors. And the border and state articulate in multiplicity of directions. And border management practices is a very selective manner and discretely impacted by and more social experiences. And the immanent dimension of development and proliferation of borders unpack struggles centered around them. Borders thus join, disconnect, work together, and create disposition and exploitative conditions, thereby engendering violence, precarity, and social hierarchies. That is how social hierarchies are created through development process, and development creates its own border. We have underdeveloped regions, we have developed regions, we have rural areas, we have urban areas, we have so many kinds of hierarchies. So that is how the development and hierarchies and border they operate. Thus, development leads to relocation. And that relocation is a historical and structural process. So that is how the development dislocation comes about, and the people who face this, they challenge this disposition and hierarchies. So this is anti-POSCO movement. So that is a huge, big investment company. And 1991 it came, and people took away rights of people. People are protesting against it. So when they're protesting against it, they're having two kinds of borders. On the one hand, the police is trying to attack them, and people are trying to protect themselves. So they are created two enclosed places, and that is the resistance site. So one by the state with its repressive apparatuses, and the other one, what is that is called through performance repertories and contentious repertories, they are opposing this development process. So that is what I call border of resistance. Symbolically, between the representational space of people saving their livelihood and the representational space by the state borders erected by the police barricading the villages. So these two symbolically have two kinds of borders when they're opposing this development process. And from a state's perspective, the erection of border is an instrument of confinement of what? Of ideas of dispossessed citizens, of infusing counter-hegemonic development ideology to more significant segments of social forces. And culture of terrains of resistance using repertoire of cultural symbols. For example, land, forest, water, local culture, resources. And preventing the physical bodies co-mingling with the transboundary activist groups and strategizing against the state's war. And the state's control over spaces such as field, water bodies, battle lines, all these become the state's perspective. And in counter to this, we have what is called people's perspective. What is that? The protective boundary against dispositives. This is I borrowing from Foucault's conception of state apparatus of being incarcerated, implicated in false cases, or getting labeled and disparaged by media as anti-development forces and traditionalists. And for them, border of resistance for people is a relationality and humanitarian border when advocacy groups, non-governmental organizations, they come together. And the mutual unfamiliarity of the villagers, of the two resisting villages, solidified into thick unity among the villagers. And there is inclusivity by bringing a differentiated local society into the movement's united stand to fight against the dominant value. And porosity and flexibility, allowing roots of exchange and cooperation from external actors standing in support of the struggle. And thus, the border of resistance had the element of exclusion, inclusion, protection and prohibition, solidity and porosity, and flexibility and rigidity. Yes, and the final. Its implication for border studies. Can it be included into the border studies? Yes. How? We're talking about dispossessed collective agencies. And that sustained collaborative and cooperative efforts in engaging different formal and informal organizations are the ways to inculcate universal value of cosmopolitanism, human dignity among the decision makers who made sympathize and empathize with their cause. So it is difficult but not impossible to achieve the objective as witnessed in the case of Rohingya refugees in India. It is not a short-term project, but a sustained effort to practice the cosmopolitan value of respecting the dispossessed justice, human rights, and dignity. Thank you.
I believe that since the papers are quite different, we should take time for each. So if you have questions for Biswait, it's now, and then we can go back to collective questions. But
Yes. Any questions you have?
I may.
Yes.
So I have two set of questions. One is maybe to know a little bit where is the border? I mean, you say you carry the border, but I believe in India there are many layers of bordering between social border, the caste, and here the environmental fight. So how did the people, I don't know if you did field work, but how did the people express that notion of border?
Yes.
That's one question. And the other one is that you mentioned development and the border, and I was wondering if there was not just a way of bringing in a capitalist or anti-capitalist approach to that would
Yes.
bridge both.
Exactly. To come to the second question first, which is that I'm talking about capitalist development and opposition to it. So, because as you know that capitalism in 1991, when this India opened up, whole capitalist development came about. This liberalization, globalization, privatization process, they came. And it just thrusted it upon it among the people. So what happened is that there was resistance to that. So what is this resistance? That is what my question started with. Why this resistance when something is coming across the border, which is talking about borderless world, but here people are opposing it. Why are they opposing it? There must be some reason behind it. How can I look it through the border lens? So I try to explore this, that how border, which is embedded within us, that comes from this local place, I'm opposing because I will be displaced from that place. The moment I am relocated from that place, I am actually getting expropriated by this development process. So to retain my border, myself, my identity, my livelihood, I create my own border and oppose this. So this is what border of resistance is talking about. Right? Thank you. So that is the second question first. The first question is that there are layers of bordering. There are caste system, there are class, all this. But when you're talking about movement, you are coming together because your livelihood is at stake. So that is you collectively defending your border.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, right.
So that is how I understand it. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sudeep.
I wanted to ask you one thing. When I was working on the Jharkhand and the formation of Jharkhand, I spoke to many people and many of them, they were very oblivious, at the beginning in 2020, in the year 2000, they were quite oblivious about the fact that there was a new state which came up. So they were not very, they did not know how to react or how to connect with this new border that was given to them. And also they had this kind of an apprehension whether the border, having a border or there, which would cater to their own identity, also would provide them with a promise of a new security, new forms of, a kind of an, where they would have a kind of an autonomy over the resources which is there in the state. Mm-hmm. So, for them, whether the border is or not, doesn't matter for them. The little space that they have, as you talked about, the border could be a space which is lived, not just constructed. Right. For them, they have not seen, beyond a certain, space of horizon. Right. So for them, this is the space. This is where they want to stay. Yeah. And even today, a lot of things they come with a lot of inhibition to move beyond their own locality.
Yeah. That is what I say. That's ecological border, which is embedded within us. We don't want to move beyond it, right? And we take that area as a part where we feel comfortable, we feel secured, we feel at home there. I don't feel at home when I am displaced from a place and come to an urban area and I pull a cycle rickshaw or drive a cab because I do not have home. I have no security, right? So the place where I'm staying in, a piece of land gives me security. And that is where I feel that I am free. I'm not dependent on anyone. My labor is free, but I am not free. The moment I have one piece of land, I say I'm free. I'm not dependent on the contractor who is taking my labor to the industry and forcing me to get a price which is I cannot negotiate. That is why that small area gives me freedom. And that freedom is what I say, a border where, like the state border, gives me freedom. So from there, I negotiate with the others and I oppose the project that takes away my identity. So that is it.
Thank you. For the sake of mutual knowledge, maybe when you ask a question, you just say who you are and where you come from. So we all know.
I'm Oren Yiftachel from Ben Gurion University in Beersheba. We welcome everybody. And I worked a lot with indigenous people. And I was wondering about, on one hand, what you describe is the idea of a defensive border that, is quite long, traditional, especially in indigenous studies, but many other minorities. On the other hand, you say, I'm free when I'm defending myself in an enclave, but don't you lock your existence to a world that is now gone? Isn't that, when I talk to indigenous people a lot of the time, they say, we also want to be mobile. We want to go to Tel Aviv and to London. The fact that they're indigenous doesn't mean that we are locked into those enclaves that, there is this tension. So what do you say about freedom and your idea of a border?
Okay, great. It's a good question. Yes. So when you're talking about that their mobility to urban space, who would enjoy other aspects of freedom. Say, for instance, they want to exercise their choices of getting higher education, or getting a good pay, or watching movie in a film hall. That choice of freedom can be exercised only when you come back to your root. That is why the circular migration that you're talking about, on the one hand, they're going to the urban space, but simultaneously, they're coming back to the indigenous land where they feel that, yes, this is the place where I am to develop. That is why there are remittances from urban area to the village. They build a house, they keep a TV, and they watch it. And they're free. They're happy. They have choices to make. They purchase their bike. They move with their girlfriends. Right?
Maybe we have, that opens up a very, very big debate.
Yes.
So
we can know. Yeah.
So we will stop here for the sake of sharing time. And if you have other questions, we'll keep them for the end. And I will give thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will give the floor now to Olga Dorokina in Tbilisi, from the Caucasus Institute of Regional Security, Caucasus International University. And she's part of a laboratory of geopolitical modeling of Caucasus. That is a research center. And she will talk of borderization as a tool of warfare in gray zones, as opposed or as complementation to the building of walls and fences that is also happening in Georgia, as I spoke of. Center.
Thank you very much for introducing me, but I don't know where from you find this information.
I've been looking. As a researcher.
It's all true. I'm very thankful, grateful to all of you that you're here, because I just I suppose that you are as myself that to feel to be split into some several bodies to be presented in other rooms, because right now I know that in some two auditories there are some session about border security, which is also very close to this topic. And in one auditory is one presentation about that I saw in the title that some gray zone. So my presentation and research is like more less theoretized. It's like more invitation for further research, further thinking about concept of gray zone. Also, it is in at the end of the title of the presentation, but still like I try to connect these two concept of gray zone, concept of borderization, and try to apply it to the very concrete, specific case of Georgia. So that's what we can find about that grain zones. I believe that it is like some of types of forms of spaces in between. It is like have different interpretations, and it's, it is discussed in different works as a process, as a tactics, that when we use that tactics of gray zone, and sometimes it is about space, but I believe that two these forms are very interconnected, because when we apply tactic of gray zone, it becomes a gray zone. So, so two main descriptive elements of gray zone are that it is condition in between war or peace, or more like neither war neither peace. It's being below the level of traditional war. The term was attention. It's like more elaborated from the point of view of military practitioners. That you will find like more works from their side, and it's there was need to elaborate some like tactics for militaries to how to deal with this, like some spaces that are called gray zones, and who acts within that. It's again the state and non-state actors, and the other approach to consider the gray zones is that it is a kind of analytical instrument to understand the region or situation which has like duality and porous borders. I will not stay here, but very shortly that sometimes it is like interconnected or interplaced with some other notions. Here I didn't brought that the notion of hybrid threats, because some people also understand why to bring that the notion of gray zone when there are so a lot of others. So, but still there are some specific specificities of that are described by in gray zones that differ them from others. So, but talking about localization, is that what territory we can like give the title that is it gray zone or it is not. I will not cover that the whole world, but if we talk that region that we are like close to, the region which my country belongs to, we find that very in some several media or like public reports, we found that understanding that it is in Eastern Europe, in some papers we found that information that it is like from Baltic Sea to Black Sea, and of course that me personally, I was organizing some presentation of Ukrainian scholars in Tbilisi that was like about how to make that Black Sea, Baltic Sea region less gray, that which was presented by Irina Vereshchuk and Andrei Sumland. And when listening to them, that gave me that point, that starting point, that to think that about to find out more about the concept of gray zone. That moment I didn't agree with them, that because I feel that some gray zone for me was some kind of illegal things, that something is going not in traditional way. And when it was applied to the country, I didn't agree with it. And the second approach is that it refers to the territories of occupied, annexed territories of de facto states of the post-Soviet area, and I refer more this second landscape of border. It's very interesting that I found one of the documents which was accepted in 2018 by Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, where was the definition of gray zone according to this organization was that it's territories or states within mandates of those bodies who are under control of de facto authorities. So the document was about giving access of human rights bodies into spaces of de facto states, or just to observe that humanitarian situation there, and to give some to give more idea about what's basic human rights situation there. Analyzing different notions and different definitions towards gray zone, I tried to distinguish several set features with regard to the souls that are dealing with these regions in conflict situations, that creation of appearance of legality and compliance of action with international law, or trying to interpret some international documentation is supporting the idea of create some illegal situation, non-transparency of involved sides, and uncertainty in relation to relevant policy and legal frames and response mechanisms. That ambiguity and uncertainty and vagueness of the contours of conflict, which also keeping in condition between peace or war. So it's constant, you do not know what to expect tomorrow, or it happens where something will happen. And in intensity of policy, using that different means or different tools, and using the two weak sides of adversary. So I will come back to these features, try to analyze already this case of Georgia regarding to this piece. But now I want to give to you some information about the concept of borderization. It is not new for researchers in border studies. That we just had some short talk with Anna, and that I guess 4 or 5 years ago, it was presented the paper of Tom Boyle or David, that in Europe appeared new Berlin Wall, and it was exactly about the same case. It refers in the context of Georgia to the construction of physical barriers to transform territorial ceasefire line into the international border. It was introduced in 2009 by European Union Monitoring Commission. This term, I do not agree again that politically that it was very, in my opinion, it has very negative effect within society, and I will try to show also that some implication of it. Nevertheless, it was introduced. It was very short, usable, and in real it was described that what's going on. So now it looks like that we have, that have two regions, that Abkhazia Tkhinvali region or former South Ossetian Autonomous Oblast area. And in Abkhazia, that about from here that are numbers that actual length of line, but 60 kilometers and 230 kilometers are those that you can cross by vehicles or you can cross by foot. And it's like it differs from both sides, but it seems that here is like it's like more, but I would say that consequences of that borderization is more seen and more like painful in this region. How it looks like that on the map. So just here is that we have Abkhazia. Here is both river, and so therefore that it is not possible to cross it without having a bridge. And this is territory of former South Ossetian Autonomous Oblast, and we talk about like more this land because here are like high mountains that are not, at least quite difficult to cross. Here is the same line with spots of presence of this European Union monitoring mission. And in how it looks like, I mean, what's borderization, what type of border science or border facilities are used to separate lines. So it looks quite different in different places. So in some places it like ends some moment and then it's nothing, just like open space again. So some places there are barbed wires and like some concrete plates. Here it's just the newest, I would say, that was built like maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. And so if, again, going back to this concept of green zone, it's that formation of legal justification and non-transparency of involved sides. So just before the war, like long time before the process of passportization started in this region. So just to have this prerequisite to then to protect our citizens. So in August 2005, that authorities applied, de facto authorities applied to be recognized as independent states, and in the August the next day it was they were recognized as independent state by the Russian Federation. And I bring the citation of for that time Dmitry Medvedev, who is appealing to this international norms. And so just he's appealing that guided by provisions of UN Charter, the 1970 Declaration, the Helsinki Act of OSCE, the other fundamental international documents. So it's brings such heavy, huge support from international law. There are other documents that were taken, that agreement on friendship and cooperation, and so there is an agreement to when this both Abkhazia and Tkhinvali region gives that the right to Russia to protect their borders, delegate the authority to protect the state borders of Russia. It was written, but it's the regions. So I'm talking about ambiguity and uncertainty. So that there are two elements that special, that there are no maps that to which refer this process of the borderization. So those that are named have very different scales and in interpretation. They there is there is often like situations that if there is need, you can create some like incidents so that you can like once again to make this border. And the other aspect is temporal, that duration of organization, duration, that if we consider that it's like first science was in 2009 and now today is 2023, so having that very clear like arithmetical, like managerial tasks that to build some wall, you can do it, and I just will show you that how it was done. Like for example, in Crimea, that in 4 months that you see that what type of wall was established in Ukraine that time, and okay, so and here that to fuel this process of ambiguity, that the following like how is the process of policy of intensity is supported. So each case of there is no like the cases of making some science in some place starts like it could be several in 2 weeks, and then like 4 months nothing, but then again 3 months something happens, and then again nothing. But it brings within society, within Georgian society, that like natural that anxiety, protests, it's used for political between position and opposition, that you do not do anything, that you do not react, and that again that there is like creeping of occupation and so on. And the other aspect of intensity of policy is that the people are like gradually detained on this territory. So as you saw that still there is no line, so just people, the peasant who is going to take some wood for his home, he doesn't know where goes this line. And sometimes, not sometimes, but like you see some statistic presented here, maybe it looks like not much, but believe me, it creates like these cases create quite tense situation in this region. And to conclude, so just that I believe that okay, thank you. Conflict zones present like one of the case gray zone that in Eastern Europe, and that borderization plays exactly that significant role to continue to fuel this like level of anxiety within this zone. It's like a consequence of foreign military operations at the same time. And what is more over, just what I said that from the like in the middle of my presentation, how it's like that negative effects of why that borderization was introduced by international organization, but there was no reaction from Georgian society. I just made some like simple search in Georgian that borders villages, and it brings like that. You see that in business, the drugstores, some like scientific portals, governments, organizations, that education and this and so on. They are used already to have this border villages. They are not border villages. It's like they are located near to this divided line. So, and it's only like it took 11 years for State Security Service of Georgia had to make some special statements that how to use it, like where the named inaccurate names. That zone of fear, border, moving of the border, but well, it's already in minds of people. So here I stop, and I believe that it's forced to also that I will add briefly that forced to study the gray zones like in more theoretically and to more widely. and if someone has interest to do so, I just invite you to join me and in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What questions would you like to ask? Yeah, no, right? Yeah. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, thank you, Olga. It's interesting that just in the previous session, I gave a lecture on gray spaces. But the definition is slightly different. Of course, it's the in-between, but I was more looking at the formality, legality versus criminality in the urban scene, which is typifies more and more cities around the world. But in that, in that line, I want to ask you, I mean, this is not just Abkhazia and Ossetia. There is a whole lot of vague sort of gray zones around the world. Do you theorize it as a phenomenon of the 21st century? Is it something that you think can be conceptualized as something new in the political geography of borders? Or is it just a local case of post-Soviet places like Donbass and Georgia, etc.?
I'm very in the very beginning of this process, and I also met some different definitions of, not definition, but approaches when the gray zone concept is used. For example, I found one book that was which was about accessibility, and that was talking about persons with disabilities, their contact with the other society. So it's also like kind of when they interact, that is also named as a gray zone. So that's why I want to like more theorize to bring like more how it is considered that gray zone concept in different connections. I don't think that it is new. It existed, and I suppose that it will exist, unfortunately, because it is like very how to say that it's like instrument and a tool to make some place like to have it like more manipulate somehow, to have some more power within it, and some moments like to make some more harsh and harder steps.
Yes, it's very interesting concept of gray zones. But I think in India and Bangladesh, we are talking about, then we have a concept of enclave, where people stay from Bangladesh who had come to India but could not cross the territory of India. They stay in a particular zone, which is called enclave, and there the kind of rules doesn't apply there, right? Whether it is Indian rule or the Bangladeshi rule. But people want to go to either side, but they are not accepted by both. So do you find such kind of situation in this gray zones?
Here, I was not concentrating on this, but yes, it's to collect and to create some like a database of such spaces. Even when I was crossing right to Tel Aviv and was crossing the border of Israel, formally I was in Tel Aviv already in Israel, but immediately from I don't know what your experience was, but immediately from the plane, the guy was staying and taking passports, and all people who I had the direct flight to Tel Aviv from Tbilisi, so there was supposed to be some Georgian people, so all people with Georgian passport were taken away. So then we had to wait, and then we were brought to some room, special room. So when I was sitting there, I also thought that I am in some gray zone, because formally I'm here in this country, but still I'm not in, and it's kind of ambiguity, uncertainty. I was not knowing what's going on, what's happening, what they are calling that we will investigate, we will question, we will So unfortunately for me, it didn't talk too much because I was caught in quite short time, but still that the feeling that I crossed this, I went out of this gray zone, I thought that when old person was staying and telling some small paper, and he took it and said, "Welcome to Israel." So when I stopped, so I thought that I'm out of this gray zone. So it's different type of spaces that intentionally are created, or they already are, and some it's worth to research.
Okay, thank you very much. While we change speakers, we will change speaker, we change disciplines. Angelos Evangelou is from Athens, from the University National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. He's an assistant professor in English literature and theory with research interests around the representation of mental illness, as well as in the manifestation of the border areas, the border crossings, all that in English literature, Anglophone literatures and cinemas, especially in Cyprus, Israel, Palestine, US, and Mexico. So we are still in the alternative borders, but very quite different. And especially, it's very interesting, it has to do not only with the human, but somehow some other interventions on the environment, the non-human and the animal borders.
Thank you. Please be kind with your notes.
What?
Time.
My notes. I would just be like, if you speak more, we have less questions.
You're right.
You choose.
Hi, everyone. I'll start. The presence of animals in representational art is long and fascinating, but lies beyond the scope of this presentation. What is interesting to note, though, is that the implications of these representations for animals have attracted interest in the young discipline of animal studies, which, quote from Margot de Mello, explores the spaces that animals occupy in human, social, and cultural worlds and the interactions humans have with them. Because of both their similarities and differences with humans, de Mello convincingly suggests animals, quote, are a useful symbol of otherness, end of quote, utilized effectively for entertainment, but predominantly education, including lessons on friendship, morality, kindness, bravery, or perseverance. Since the early 20th century, however, politically inspired representations of animals have proliferated in an attempt to critically tackle the theoretical and practical implications of hegemonic ideologies such as communism and fascism, and in an effort to make sense of the dehumanization and extermination practices utilized in the Holocaust. Little attention has been directed, however, to the emerging and distinctively 21st century literary tradition linking animals with borders. In response, the full version of this paper, which is coming out as an article in the Comparative Literature Studies Journal next month, sheds light to this trend through a comparative discussion of a literary text and a film, both of which afford a critical view of contested borders in the Mediterranean, Israel-Palestine and Cyprus, respectively. The former, Sharon and My Mother-in-Law, Ramallah Diaries, is a memoir which was written in English by Palestinian author and architect Suad Amiri and was published in 2005. The latter, Smuggling Hendrix, is a feature film written, directed, and produced by Greek Cypriot Marios Piperidis and was released in 2018. Both narratives explore the difference between human and animal experiences of borders and border crossing and employ dog characters, Noura and Jimmy, to serve as platforms for anti-border politics in the way they render borders simultaneously penetrable and comical. Utilizing the concepts of legality and illegality, Noura has a passport and crosses legally, while Jimmy crosses underground. Amiri and Piperidis explore the symbolic value of illegal border crossing as an act of resistance, one which alone undermines border logic and border law. Today, however, for the rest of this presentation, I will be focusing on Piperidis' film, Smuggling Hendrix. Piperidis' choice to feature an animal character in his film is significant, as it confirms animals' ability to embody not only the possibility of imaginary metaphorical border crossings through the imagination, dreams, memory, etc., but the literal border crossings so often denied to their human counterparts. They seem to respond methodologically to Johann Szymanski's and Stephen Wolf's reading of the border as aesthetic, conforming to an epistemology of the sensible or the sense-able, which can make constituencies both visible and invisible, audible and inaudible, end of quote. In other words, and this is what is at the core of the concept of border aesthetics, quote, borders can only exist to the extent that they are tangible, that they thus always have an aesthetic dimension. This is particularly pertinent for a consideration of dogs as border crossers, and this because their sensory faculties render the border invisible. It is in this sense that borders become meaningful through sensory perception and can only be legible, understandable via forms of aesthetic sensitivity that we learn as geopolitical subjects. The question arises as to who has such forms of aesthetic sensibility, who can see the border, to whom does the border speak, and whom can the border order. Crucially for us, it is the lack of a sensible component in the dog's experience of the border that equips them with a politically significant power of transgression. In these dog characters, therefore, alternative agencies and possibilities are explored in terms of the ways one experiences and engages with the border. As my analysis will demonstrate, setting the human and the canine character almost in antagonistic terms in relation to mobility exposes and undermines the authorities' technologies of bordering practices. I will be using the term bordering to indicate the process of, quote, ordering, othering, and negotiating difference. This is from Rosello and Wolf, that borders generate. More specifically, Elise Klein and Uma Kothari define bordering as the material, digital, and virtual techniques and technologies by means of which borders divide, exclude, contain, categorize, control, govern, and protect people. As they explain, the presence or absence of documents, such as passports, permits, and identity cards, control the movement of people across borders, as do security and surveillance technologies like gamma ray scanners that can reveal undocumented bodies hiding in trucks that are attempting to cross borders. Such technologies are a material manifestation of bureaucratic systems that are mobilized to assign identities to people and ascertain their associated rights as citizens and or non-citizens. At the same time, the interaction between the borders and the border crossers leave the borders as, again, this is Szymanski and Wolf's sentence, as more flexible entities, folded and diffuse. This leads to the possibility of a further and more radical renegotiation of the border, which I will refer to as debordering, denoting thus the possibility of resistance. The film explores the bordering practices suffered by the characters, illustrating how the border economy translates into political oppression and social division. In other words, how the border is part of bordering processes of exclusion and inclusion, becoming a fixed line of demarcation. Yet the dog's act of debordering is essential for Piperidis' commentary on border crossing, which comes to be read from the perspective of legality, measuring thus its effect in terms of political resistance. The film exposes with equal force what I will call border logic and border law, which emerge through the political acts and decisions that manufacture the border in the first place, and through nourishing it materially and ideologically maintain it. In Smuggling Hendrix, Biberidis offers a fresh perspective on the Cyprus problem by zooming into the border, which extends from east to west and divides the island into south, the Greek Cypriot, and the north, Turkish Cypriot. Despite the tragic events that the film explores, Biberidis casts the island's painful political situation in a humorous light, committed to exposing an equally painful absurdity. Hassan, can you take the dog to the other side? Yanis, no, I told you, no animal products or vegetables are allowed from the Turkish to the Greek side. Hassan, what about a Turkish sandwich? Can you cross the border while eating a Turkish sandwich? Initially set in the Greek Cypriot south, the story follows the dog, Jimmy, as he runs away to the northern Turkish Cypriot territory, and in doing so, the dog makes the border manifest at the very moment of its permeability. Holes on the border establish its political fragility, both on a literal and a metaphorical level, undermining the border law. I see Anne getting ready there, so I will. Is it cool? Okay, I will probably have to speed up. So I will just say that unlike Noura, who does have a passport, Jimmy is a sans-papier who, despite being refused entry by the official border control, he crosses back and forth underground. So here the point that is important is, and it will become clear hopefully later, is that to cross legally, and you know the fantastic photograph that Andrea has just shown us, to cross legally is to cross in an ordinary manner. Hence, there is no value in terms of the scale of resistance. So this is our character, the protagonist. Jimmy is played by a Cromford hunter named Pepper. Here you are. I've got a section that kind of introduces the film, but there's no time for this. It basically gives us some fantastic screenshots which contextualize the narrative within the walled city of Nicosia. It also contextualizes it temporally after the failed negotiations between the two sides. And the story begins when Jimmy runs and goes to the north. Passing by some iconic border locations in Nicosia, the camera follows Yannis chasing Jimmy as he runs through the city and disappears to the north. In the moment, Jimmy displays his ignorance or non-acknowledgement of the political meaning of an otherwise conspicuous border. Biberidis contributes to its deforming or defamiliarization. Jimmy's transgression, in other words, offers the audience an alternative experience of the border. No longer is it a solid and unpassable apparatus. The structure of the border, which consists of gaps, holes, and fissures, underscores the point that on a political level, the border bears the possibility of its own undoing. And I will also skip the next few slides, which basically, as the story continues, Yannis manages to Yannis crosses legally. First of all, they get some help and they confirm that Jimmy has been seen in the north. Yannis crosses legally. All of these screenshots are important in contextualizing the perspective, the narrative perspective. So depending on which flags are foregrounded and which flags are in the background, the viewer knows where they are. And okay, so we can actually reach this moment when Yanis finds Jimmy in the north and tries to return with Jimmy from the very same checkpoint that he has already passed. Obviously, he is not allowed. That is the same police officer that told Yanis that you don't need to show your passport. There is no border here. The border is the Turkish Cypriot border a few meters further down. But actually, now that they are trying to enter into the south, yes, there is a border, and Jimmy is not allowed. If you're coming from the occupied zone, there is a border. Get yourself another dog. This one is not going through. And so Jimmy is stuck in the north. Yanis is stuck with him, and in his effort to get Jimmy back into the south, Yanis meets this character who becomes a very important symbol. So this is probably the first narrative produced in Cyprus, which represents I think a very unrepresented figure who is the Turkish settler. Not Turkish Cypriots, not Greek Cypriots, not Turkish from Turkey based in Turkey, but a Turkish settler in Cyprus. So the official narrative is that Turkish settlers are illegal, right? So it is through this figure, who is the stereotype of political illegality, that the narrative challenges this very notion of illegality, because in the character of Hassan, we have humanity, we have friendship, the stereotype breaks down, and he agrees to help Yanis get the dog back to the south. That needs to happen with the help of a Turkish Cypriot smuggler. So this is also another important figure. I will skip Hassan's story. So this Turkish Cypriot smuggler is politically legal, but he is the criminal figure in the story. And so here I heard the words legality, criminality earlier. It's so interesting. So here we have a turning on its head of these two concepts. So the legal is criminal, the legal is criminal, the illegal is the good guy. Okay, so we are basically presented with that situation. They try to get the dog. Hassan negotiates. He's like, this is a very politically oriented scene. Only problem is that they negotiate the price for the smuggling of Hendrix of Jimmy in a Turkish bath in the south, and this is the scene that lends the film its comic aspect. And of course, Jimmy, unaware of all the human activity about his transfer, eventually returns back to the south in the very same way, an illegal way, underground, that he has left. So the film ends with Jimmy given a lift to Lefkosia, Nicosia, jumping off the car and running through narrow, dim-lit streets, through the Turkish Cypriot control booth, the buffer zone, and finally the very same checkpoint that had denied him access 3 days earlier. Jimmy walks briskly in the middle of the road, but under the radar of the passport control officers as he goes through the roof and underground. And this is the last section. So raising issues of legality and illegality in relation to border crossing, Piperidis contests the dominant political discourses that are historically responsible for the creation and maintenance of the border, which is otherwise depicted as an anomaly. In Cyprus, the border is not just a technology manufactured to obstruct physical movement, but serves as a painful reminder of a squandered peace between the Greek and the Turkish Cypriots, a culture of suspicion and division between the two communities cultivated by the British in the 50s and especially in the early 60s in their capacity as peacekeeper, flared up by emerging nationalisms on both sides and concluded with the Turkish military invasion in 1974. Challenging the border then means challenging the persistent separation marked not only by a geopolitical separation, but by a number of border markers: social, cultural, linguistic, religious, economic, etc. A contestation of the border or the border law involves a larger scale politics of reconciliation and coexistence. I argue that smuggling Hendrix is a part of that wider project. Its employment of an animal allows Piperidis to enter into an ontological political realm in which border logic is undermined, the border is unjustified or unjustifiable. The narrative equates border logic with the law, border law, creating thus a system where to contest border logic is to contest border law, and where subversive acts of border crossing are necessarily branded as illegal. Illegality then is depicted and praised as a form of resistance, but one needs to tread carefully, though. Illegality should be distinguished from criminality. The film's representative of criminality, the Turkish Cypriot drug smuggler, despite an invariably comic on-screen presence, is nevertheless portrayed in a negative light. By illegality, then, I refer to the alternative law of transgression, that which defies official passport controls and the law of dominant political narratives. People, this is a quote from the film, which I don't have time to read, but I can say that apart from Jimmy, who crosses illegally, there is Yanni's ex-girlfriend, Kika, who apparently confesses that before the checkpoints on the border opened, she too used some secret, like deserted empty houses on the buffer zone through which she crossed illegally. And so here you've got this community of transgressors, of illegal border crossers, that becomes an important moment in the film. So the transgression subverts the border law, while the fact that it's done secretly provides safety and protection. And I conclude now. The fictionalization of Jimmy maintains his realism and his animality. He does not do anything real dogs could not do. In this capacity, Jimmy remains apolitical. Yet this lack of a political consciousness or sensibility is political in its defiance of the border. Piperidis employs the dog's non-human subjectivity as a model of those that resist subjection to border law and to whom the border is invisible. It is significant that Jimmy's illegal escapade to the north serves as a parallel to Kika's. Despite the fact that Jimmy is depicted realistically, one has to accept that he is both subjected to what Randy Malamud describes as cultural consumption, a phenomenon which includes such things as watching, framing, representing, characterizing, and reproducing animals, urging us to remember that in every account of cultural representations, the animals did not choose to participate. Reiterating Malamud's concerns, Gian Dubino protests that while animals may have a share in the representations about them, they do not have the final word in these representations. So I'm solving the problem here. I don't think that, basically I challenged Dubino's making this a problem, and I say that Jimmy here does not become a mirror of us, of humans, but he becomes a mirror for humans, for us. And in so doing, he becomes a textual projection of subjectivity which responds to border law and border logic in ways which can generate their disintegration. So respecting his animality, Piperidis positions Jimmy in Cyprus' bordered universe, allowing him to engage with it in unusual but realistic ways, and with Jimmy, us at the same time to engage in a possibility of transgression. Thank you.
Thank you. interesting. I think all the common point between all of the presentations is that alternative meaning of borders means going towards resistance of borders or to borders and about borders. Are there any questions? I guess there are many. So please.
Yeah, I'm Sudipto. I was very, while you were presenting, it just like reminded me of, there's this film, Kurdish film by Karzan Kadar. It's called Bekas. And there, because, there is a sense of innocence, with the animal instinct that we, consider. So in Bekas, what happens, there is this two brothers, Zana and Dana. They try to cross the border and they want to go to America. So to meet Superman so that, their problems can be sorted out. And they also try this illegal path. Now, the reason I try to compare, I don't know much about the director. And also I would like to know if how was this film, appreciated in Cyprus? That's one question that I have. And because, for Karzan Kadar, since it was a kind of an autobiographical for him as well, because there is a kind of subjectivity involved because he wanted to, run away from the country. And actually, he goes to Finland, makes the film and screens it outside Iraq. Now, over here, if that could also add to the, the reading that you're making. So I just wanted to know about the director and his stance regarding whether he's, working inside Cyprus, screening it in Cyprus, because if it is screened outside Cyprus, then, there are other aspects to it which get involved as well.
Interesting question. We were having a chat earlier during lunch that I've never met the director. He's based in Cyprus. The film was made in Cyprus. It was screened at big cinema venues in Cyprus. So it's been made available. However, it's not really, it's not available easily. It's not accessible very easily. You cannot buy a DVD or something online. But I think it was pretty successful when it was screened in Cyprus. And it must have been screened in some festivals abroad. I think it got prizes, etc. What is interesting, this aspect of the international presence that you bring in is interesting. For me, the weakest aspect of the film is that he had Greek actors play what would be Greek Cypriot characters. So Yannis, the protagonist, is a Greek actor who is based in Germany, if I'm not mistaken. Kika, his girlfriend, is Greek. So for those who don't know, my comment is not political. It's linguistic, because you see characters who are supposed to be Cypriots, Greek Cypriots, but you hear the standard Greek accent. And so that is a bit, unsettling and disturbing. And I don't know if they were friends of his or if he had other reasons. It was similar because the Turkish Cypriot smuggler is also Turkish, also based in Germany. So there must be something there. But I think it was well received. And to finish my response to you, I think it was received nicely because it was the first comic, humorous narrative on the Cypriot problem.
Any other comment, question?
Maybe very briefly. I'm Joplin University in Finland. Thank you, Andros, very much for this paper. This is great and good to hear that it's coming out soon. I only had one kind of thing that you talked about this mainly as transgression, but I was thinking about there might be another term that might be more useful in this context, and that might be trespassing. I'm thinking about because it's about trespassing at several levels. It is trespassing in terms of the dog entering a space where it shouldn't be. And it is also about humans doing the same. And that would be kind of linked. In that way, it could be more strongly linked with questions of illegal mobility and migration. And because that is something that this is very much about. So the kind of trespassing would be more about space and the kind of non-normative ways of appropriating that space. That was the only thing I was thinking about.
But doesn't the concept of trespassing imply already a rejection of the act, while transgression acknowledges?
I think that if you use it from a post-colonial perspective, it is a way of using that and at the same time critiquing it. So that would be what I was thinking about, because it's quite recently emerged in this new way that it is about spaces that are where one shouldn't be, and where one is anyway. And this is true both in the case of animals in human spaces, non-human animals in human spaces, and humans in spaces where they are forbidden from entering. So I think this is the kind of idea that came to my mind.
Great, thank you.
But this is an excellent way of bringing border studies and in the emerging field of animal studies, together.
Thank you, Yopi. Yeah.
Actually, I have a lot of examples to give you, but I think we'll do that later.
Me too.
Yeah.
It is
All animals.
it is very interesting about post-human border. We're talking about animals transgressing the legality of the whole thing. But it is not just animals. When both human and animals they cross together, right? For instance, in India, Bangladesh border, there is a cattle smuggling, right? So cattle is a pretext of crossing the border, and humans, human beings, they cross border, and here there is a collusion of both border authorities and the smugglers. It's an open secret. So in this context, how do you understand the legality and illegality relationship that you would describe here?
This is interesting. You made me think of how symbolic the film is, because the film is made, is produced in 2018, and it's meant to be read as a 2018 story. So it's set in the time it's made, and so it's a time where one can cross. So Figueres doesn't do anything like transgressive in the sense that, okay, if you want to cross, you can cross. I mean, there's a checkpoint, you can cross that. So there must be something else there. So I think it goes beyond the possible manners of crossing. But we can talk about the joint human and animal smuggling together later.
I think it's quite interesting that it's the dog, because it's also man's closest companion
and species.
And it's one of cows, cattle. In Africa, there are corridors specifically dedicated to the transit of cattle or herds in Finland. So a long story.
And dogs can be also border patrols.
Yes,
that's the other.
I mean, we can have a whole session next day on dogs and borders. We are now welcoming our friend and colleague Fabrizio Eva, who is in Milan. Fabrizio is a political geographer and has been part of the ABS for a long time. He has a website called Fabrizio FabrizioEva.info if you want it. His presentation is called Eternal State Borders, Tools of Power on Territory versus Individual Human Rights. It's going to talk about the conceptual cage of the nation-state system. So us human beings as being the animals in the cage for that purpose. So Fabrizio,
Can he see us?
He can see us.
Yes, yes, I can see you,
We-
and
we,
I hope that you are able to hear me.
You can see from here to here. So if you want to say hello, you have to stay in the center. We hear you very well. We see your screen very
Okay,
big.
okay.
I count on you for the time because I cannot show you my little papers.
Okay, that's why I'm going to read my presentation in order to control on time. Before to start, it seems to me, I would like to say that it seems to me that despite the differences in the topics, my presentation could be a coherent final presentation of this session. The sentence that of recluse that you see in the first slide explain well my approach. All constructed boundaries between nations are the work of man, and nothing would prevent their being moved or cancelled. But the problem is, according to my opinion, is the idea of nation which acts. Which acts to make people forget that their world has been historically constructed. Thus, nationalism is the ideology by which the world of nations has come to seem the natural world, as if there could not possibly be a world without the nations. The conceptual and concrete cage of the nation-state system, supported by political leaders, by the mass media and by the most of IR experts, is that the current borders of the pretended anarchic international order are untouchable in order to get stability, i.e. peace, they say. In other words, they are conceived as eternal. The most used symbolic conventional world iconographic a la Goodman are sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity, stability, with the corollary of internal security, fighting terrorism. To self-justify any action, internal or transborder, military and or economic, legal or illegal, carried out by any government to prevent the instability or to keep or restore the security or stability, or in the end, to preemptively defend against a self-declared threat. The current borders of the states can only be changed through juridical institutional procedures so articulated and hostile to change that within this frame, the most successful geopolitical strategy, even if not absolute, seems to be the practice of the fait accompli on the ground, i.e. the physical control of the space, thanks to an armored capacity, and the gaining time, with the aim to transform the de facto situation in a recognized status, or at least a relatively stable one, thanks to the lack of geopolitical interest or the fear of the consequences of additional change by the global and regional power. It seems to me that the Kashmir issue is the oldest example of the de facto not solved territorial conflict since the partition and the war in 1947-48. Then Israel-Palestine since 1967, North Cyprus since 1974, Transnistria since 1991, Somaliland since 1991, etc., etc. What I would like to underline, however, is the a priori anthropological aspect of the human act of thinking about boundaries and the psychological motivation for their practical realization. As human beings, we live and produce borders, many borders, every day. During the daily life, we make concrete some of the ones that we have built in our mind. Walls and physical separation or divisions are an idea transferred. That is it, the practical manifestation of those two mental processes, spontaneous, and often instinctive and unconscious, which I define as self-caging and caging. In the case of human relations, the boundaries are flexible, tending to be more fixed, i.e. spatial and territorial. In the case of lifestyle habits, it is what has been defined the everyday practices through which people come to imagine spaces as bounded places and themselves as members of some such unit. If Michael Billig used the term banal nationalism, I think it could be appropriate to use his approach and to use the term banal bordering. Banally, humans prefer other humans perceived as similar on the basis of often superficial criteria and having spaces that are perceived as own and owned in a broad sense. Within the group, out of the desire to belong, imitating the behavior of others is a process that we learn from childhood and which takes us for granted. Adaptation to the group leads to the obviousness of socioeconomic boundaries and hierarchical differentiation, which is generally accepted as constitutive of the group. Understandable and clear order, no conflict, sense of protection. At the geopolitical level, this mechanism is represented by the value or iconographies of homeland, nation, and state. At the social level, by religious practices, codes of dress, and behaviors of male-female social relationship, as well as parent-children, elderly-young, superior-inferior, owner-employee, public official, citizen, etc. Accepting my approach means, for avoiding or reducing the geopolitical separatist attitude linked to the idea of nation-state, multiplying borders in a functional sense, make them evident in the narratives and the geopolitical discourse so that they lose all sacred meaning and they can be used functionally in response to change or even moved peacefully by negotiations. But this operation is in stark contrast to iconographies that are not only consolidated, but continuously repeated, affirmed, reaffirmed in the mass media narratives and the official speeches of politicians when they talk about geopolitics and beyond. The main obstacles are the iconographies of the state and even more the one of the nation, each in itself, but above all when they are combined into nation state. This mechanism of human psychology shared by all human beings in subjective ways and intensity work regardless of the place or culture in which one grows up. It takes only different cultural and behavioral forms, often defined as identity. The prolonged state in a place, the continuity of relationship with a certain human group, the same transmission between generations of the idea of a privileged relationship with a specific territory and a specific community trigger to other idea transfer. The claim to an exclusive territory bond, an exclusive bond of a human group with a specific territory. Second, the claim of a collective bond by birth within a human group, from the small one to the large group, from the family to the people. The problem is also that the human behavior and relations are intertwined with the exercise of power at all levels. Conceptually, the duration of the present boundary seems to be conceived as eternal because the top-down exercise of power is always concrete in space, which must be fixed and delimited. But this is in contrast with the human dynamics of life and life forms, which are in general necessarily in a process of biophysical, social, and cultural change. It is a human character. In my opinion, the current conception of eternal border is the main source of the geopolitical problems. Furthermore, the hubris of some government or also leader who consider itself more representing a nation than a state is the not so much hidden desire to have a geopolitical role, i.e. to expand the space of power and influence. Nationalists are the same everywhere because nationalism and its iconographic words are a mental attitude almost always linked to a specific territory only because humans must transfer to something physical like the space, their idea, their perceptions, their emotions. Nationalism is inseparable from the desire for power, wrote Orwell in 1945. The nationalist is one who thinks solely or mainly in terms of competitive prestige. When a leader flaunts the iconographies of territorial integrity and fixed and sacred borders, this is a mental openness to war. From the small one to a big one dimension, in a world in which the concept of exerting power at any political or social level and the aim that the singular so-called national culture should be recognized as a valuable and the best, are the day-by-day practice by the so-called superpower and decreasingly by few, sometimes proxy states having money, resources, self-esteem, historical iconographies, and population. Power is central to international politics, said Mearsheimer. The West has constructed a state rhetoric that ensures that every alternative form is regarded as superseded, utopian, or onerous. In my opinion, the most evident example of the mental cage represented by the nation state at the geopolitical level is given by the evident distance between the statements of principle with respect to human rights and the use of force present in the preamble and articles of the UN statute and other resolutions and binding for the signatory states with respect to the internal and international practice of the single states, in particular, the so-called great powers and the leaders of states that want or have a geopolitical role. In summary, noble words and self-justification to justify action contrary not only to the principle, but also to specific articles subscribed and approved to become a member. In addition to the evident and repeated use of force by certain number of states, starting from the most powerful ones, it is very widespread among the member states of the UN, the a la carte choice of how and if to apply human rights within their own borders. Money and goods can move even more freely across borders, but human beings and above all, their formally recognized rights are confined. Because the issues of the individual rights and equality, above all gender equality, does not affect cultural tradition or identities as the rulers say, but the power relation within the different cultures inside each single nation state. Because the dominant social economic form in the world is the hierarchical one. Not eternal conclusion, if a little bit long, the geography of the governments of the nation states is almost no longer needed pour faire la guerre, to make war, but still as a discourse à la Foucault, to provoke it, to tell it, to defend it conceptually, and the borders of the nation state serve to defend its specific socio-economic hierarchy. It would be better to reduce the sacredness and the narratives about borders and use them in a functional way, starting from the basic, concrete human beings' needs. There are no natural frontiers in the sense given to them by patriots, Reclus was to say in his final work, because the history of human groups changes with time. This individual freedom to form groups implies the mobility of frontiers. Good neighbors make good fences, not vice versa. You have to work on humans and not on borders to have stable and peaceful relational dynamics. Otherwise, the humans, citizens are again serfs bound without a say to the territory. Since the end of the Cold War, an increasingly number of geopolitical problems came from minority asking, claiming, fighting for autonomy or separatism. But there are practical examples of pacific acceptance of the existence of minorities through the recognition of particular administrative rights, mainly about the use of personal language within the current state borders. Examples working since years or decades, even if almost all after a previous fighting period. Not only because I am Italian, I think that one of the best examples is the one of the Sud Tirol Alto Adige since the Italy-Austria agreement in 1972. I indicated the practice of gaining time as a used strategy to keep a de facto situation after the fait accompli of the use of force. But that practice is an useful and also compulsory tool for displaying measures and actions in favor of reducing conflicts and fights. And after negotiation to facilitate the building of good relation among the different groups and to give time for changing mental attitudes, some social behaviors, and for approving administrative rules and practices in line with good positive iconographies. In my opinion, the better current active example in this sense is the one of Hannes, the autonomous administration north and east of Syria, sometimes better known as Rojava. Even in a situation of conflict against the remnant cells of Daesh ISIS, the attacks by the jihadist militias supported by Turkey and the Turkish bombing by drones, they were and are able to administrate an area inhabited by almost 3 million of people, more than many states. According to my arguments, it is relevant and determinant their chosen iconographies like Jin, Jian, Azadi, woman, life, freedom, thus feminism, ecology, bottom-up democracy, and the explicit declaration not to be and not wanting to be a nation state, while proposing the democratic confederalism instead. Declaring also to recognize any Syrian government, not religiously fundamentalist, which recognize its autonomous administration. The mental cage of fixed and eternal borders of the nation state per se does not favor the respect for human rights or even the generalized satisfaction of basic human daily needs. We need to multiply borders in the sense of describing and practicing them as relational and flexible, functional to human needs, and not in the service of rigid and general dangerous hierarchical ideas, such as the borders of nation states. Even with its many limits, and even though it is still hostage to each nation state governments, in many cases and decisions, with the Schengen Agreement, the European Union has shown that it is possible to think of borders as functionally flexible to the objectives that we want to achieve without changing them. because we are working over time to build good neighbors, even if, unfortunately, the iconography of the rigidly confined nation state has been transferred to the outer edges of the so-called fortress Europe. It is necessary to gain in time by creating new social relationship, i.e. by people relating to one another differently, giving time for growing up good neighbors. This is my final remarks.
Thank you so much. We are good neighbors through the internet. Anybody wanting to ask some questions to this very rich presentation? No? Everybody's kind of tired, yeah. Or if maybe you come in the middle, we see you.
Grazie mille. Can you see me, Fabrizio?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can just hear me? Oh.
Yeah.
It's easier, you have to go. Yeah, now we can see you.
But I know you very well.
The camera is here.
There?
Okay. Okay, bye.
Thank you. You gave us a very, comprehensive overview, critical of the nation state and nationalism. I want to ask you empirically, the period, of course, we have a long discussion, so this is just another chapter. The period of the rise of the nation state and the, if you like, the hegemony of the nation state is what Peter Taylor, the political geography, describes, and many others, a long peace.
Yeah.
It's a period where there are the least wars around the world. And Rojava in Syria, which is a very good example of maybe, self-determination of the people, is born because of war. So when we consider that the rest of the world is enjoying a long period, maybe towards the end of the long period of no big wars, right? How do you convince us that this kind of world order is actually detrimental to our well-being, to our development, to our justice, where in fact we are actually seeing 60 or 70 years without major war around the world?
I don't consider only the major war, because outside the United States and outside Europe, the rest of the world had what we call the small war, but for them it was a very difficult situation with a lot of casualties, and also in this stability they suffer an economic exploitation which provokes a lot of casualties, maybe much more casualties because of the economic exploitation than the small wars. But I don't want now, in some way, I don't want to convince the people to accept my point of view, but I think that now the world within Europe, between in Ukraine and so on, and the fact that Sweden, a traditional for decades neutral state, wanted to join NATO, is, in my opinion, according to my opinion, the idea that this stability was openness to the idea of the war. Not in our land, because in Europe we had peace, but we accepted the idea of the war and we practices it. Also after the end of the colonial period. So I think that it is important to look at the future and to say, please give up with the idea of nation state as a supporting peace. It is supporting stability in favor of this kind of hierarchy. If we want something different, we must work on humans and also to consider borders in a flexible and functional way. Because in any case, in the future, we are going to face not a perfect paradise, but a very dynamic situation. So, but I think it is better. I think a better future with a different mental approach.
Yes.
Very good response.
Very nice. Elena, you have to look at the camera.
Ciao.
Ciao, just a quote, because I like quoting, and so I'd like to quote that Michael Shapiro would have said that the national state does produce violent cartographies. And I think that is more or less what I'm explaining here in Europe.
Michael Shapiro?
Michael Shapiro, yeah. Violent cartographies, that national states are producing violent cartographies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, please, and present it.
Hello, I don't know if you can see me.
No, I can hear you.
Yeah.
You obviously don't know me. My name is Francis Musoni. I am from Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
I live and work in the US. I was just wondering, and as you were presenting, and especially after the first question, how does this idea that you just presented us, how would it apply in the context of maybe Africa as a formerly colonized region, and especially thinking about colonial borders and what they have done in the African continent is given the fact that the Organization of African Unity in 1963 took a position to maintain colonial borders, presumably to keep peace, because the idea was that if you try to mess around with those colonial borders, you're going to create instability. But then, if you look at what happened in the African continent in the 1960s, 1970s, and what is happening today in the African continent in terms of instability, in terms of economic exploitation, and what have you. I was just thinking as you were presenting, what would this theorization of nationalism and borders, how would this apply in the African continent? Thank you.
No, I think that you already replied to your question, because when I do my lesson, I presented the Africa as the best example of the fact that keeping the colonial borders in order to get the stability, it has been a big mistake. Keeping the colonial borders has meant to maintain the hierarchical economic relation with the former colonial entities. I saw that, and I don't have a sufficient time to give you a complete reply, but I can say that the idea to build, to try to compensate at the level of the African Union, the disputes, and to have good relation among states, because it is impossible to conceive the African state as nation states, and this is a big problem. In some way, to copy the idea of the European Union is only one small step. Knowing a little bit, I'm not an expert about the general African culture, sub-Saharan African culture. Africans should rescue the mentality of the village and the community within the village, because this could be a cultural way, understandable even at the low level of the instruction of the citizen, that is possible to think outside the idea of border, but to solve the immediate day-by-day problems. I conclude with the example of a shepherd in Botswana who was arrested the 46th time by the police in South Africa, and because he didn't understand or in Namibia, because he didn't understand the concept of borders when he go following the antelope, and they say, the patrol say, but now the antelope, you are no more able to fight or to follow him because it is in a natural resource, and here is a border. And for the Botswana shepherd, it was definitely unconceivable.
So we will end up with
antelope.
Yeah, we come back to the animals, or we come back to panel. I think we are all quite tired. We want just a picture with you on. We'll take a picture with you on the screen. Panelists. We go all there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for participating of this session.
Stay there, Fabrizio. We just take a picture with you, and that's it.
Oh, wonderful.
Come here. Okay, there. No,
it's better there.
come here, come here. Go on side, from your side.
Okay.
Great, okay.
This is the new political geography. Yes.
But there's not my face. Oh, okay. Now, okay.
Thank you, Fabrizio.
Fabrizio, I send it to you, your big brother.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Merci beaucoup. Ciao.